Hi, I'm Yannick Hanfman.
I'm Ilya Marchenko.
I'm Dennis Kudla.
This is Sebastian Olfner.
It's Marc-Andrea Whistler.
I am Francisco Cerundolo.
And you're listening to the Gametolove Podcast.
Hopefully you enjoy it.
Hopefully.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another Game to Love Tennis. Hopefully you can hear me properly. Game to Love Tennis podcast, play-by-play live stream. We are in Cincinnati, world number 1 versus world number 13. That would be Carlos Alcaraz versus Tommy Paul. Yes, they met last week in Toronto, where Tommy Paul, with a big upset, took that one in 3 sets. Now, these players have faced each other 3 times in their career, all of them at Masters. All of them on hard courts. Alcaraz has won once in Miami. Tommy Paul has won twice in Canada, last year in Montreal, this year in Toronto last week, as mentioned. So a little bit of revenge potential here for Carlitos, trying to get back into the winning ways. He actually, in the grass court season, he played 12 matches, only dropped 5 sets. And since he has come back onto the hard courts, he's played 4 matches and he's lost 4 sets. He's won three of the 4 matches, but he lost 4 sets. So, all right, folks, let's get your predictions in the comments. You'll get mine right after this. Alcaraz is about to receive. Tommy Paul serving first. So we'll get your predictions in. You'll get mine right after this. So it looks like we got about 17 of you in here. Thank you all for joining me. Please do hit like, subscribe if you're new to the channel, and hit that notification bell, and you'll know exactly when we're going live every time we're going live. First point of the match goes to Tommy Paul as Alcaraz's backhand return goes into the net. All right, folks, what do you think is going to happen? I'm really torn because I still haven't seen Alcaraz play at his level yet, at the level that we have been become accustomed to lately. So I think he's got his coach back in his corner. He wasn't in Canada with him. I still think Tommy Paul might be riding the good juju. So I'm going to say Tommy Paul with the upset. I'm going to take him in 3 sets. So there you have it, folks. I'm calling a Tommy Paul victory. One thing Tommy Paul did really, really well was attack the Alcaraz serve. His first serve wasn't doing that great, and he was also in the last week's match. Alcaraz was being extra cautious. You don't really see him do that very much, but he was rolling in first serves at about 110 because he didn't want Tommy Paul to see second serve. So that is something to watch out for. We'll also get into the kit situation as they're not wearing the same. Well, Alcaraz is, but Tommy Paul's looking a little different. Also, folks, check it out from Game to Love Tennis podcast. Join the Patreon for exclusive content. There is the link right there. Lots of ways for you to support the channel. Backhand from Tommy Paul goes into the net. So we're tied at 30 all here early in the match. First game of the first set. Tommy Paul, as mentioned, he's number 13 in the world, but he's seeded 14 at this tournament. Also, folks, not to divert you away from this stream, but Ben is calling Iga versus Zheng Qinwen right now over on a different stream. So do pop in, hit the like button on that video as well. We could share the love. All right, we got a nice rally, forehand to forehand going. Now Tommy Paul with a shank, and it lands in the middle of the court. Alcaraz with the inside out, and it's a winner on the Tommy Paul serve. So early in this one, Alcaraz has a chance at a break. First break point opportunity of the match goes to Carlitos. We've got Cap in the house. Cap saying, Covey, how have you been? I've been great, Cap. Missing you. How's life in Bulgaria? Took a little bit of a break after Wimbledon, and unfortunately, I've been asked to do a bunch. Alcaraz just wide on the backhand there. I've been asked to do a bunch of streams in the last few days. Unfortunately, work has been very busy because now normally most of the tournaments when they're in Europe or in Australia or whatnot, or in the East, for example, like Asia, it's usually when middle of the night for me. So if I wake up, I usually wake up to watch big matches anyway. So I'm calling matches. Funny enough, now it's all in my time zone in North America. And of course, my work schedule is kind of tough. So unable to do a bunch of streams lately, but hopefully that will pick up. Trying to clear my schedule and open it up as much as possible for the U.S. Open. Alcaraz with a return +1 into the net. Tommy Paul now with the advantage, and he has saved 1 break point, and now he's got a game point. How about you, Cap? What have you been up to? Been watching the tennis? Or did you take a little break after Wimbledon? I mean, I was obviously still following it and everything, but I just wasn't. Wimbledon kind of took a lot out of me because the time zone's so different. I'm waking up at 3-4 in the morning. And so I had to kind of get back to North American time after that tournament. But yeah, Toronto was pretty good. Unfortunate on the women's side, Alcaraz with the return long. So Tommy Paul holds to kick off this one here in, what are we, in the round of 16? Let me just double check that. Yes, round of 16. Winner is into the quarters and will face the winner between Wawrinka and Purcell. Hurkacz took out Tsitsipas, so he will face Popyrin. We got Mackenzie McDonald and Manarino. They're going to be starting up here pretty soon, or I think they might just be underway. Zverev takes out Medvedev for the first time in a while, I believe. So good result there for the German. Yesterday, Djokovic only had to play 1 set. Fokina retired after the first set. Novak won that one 6-4. And Novak will face Monfils, who he's like 19-0 against, I believe, or 18-0. So this will be the 19th matchup. Yeah. Okay, so Alcaraz now serving for the first time. So one of the reasons I picked Alcaraz to get upset today, he hits an ace to start off. I was going to say is he hasn't looked super great on his serve, and he just hasn't really found his rhythm in any of the matches. He did win a couple matches in Toronto, but he wasn't playing his best. He beat Shelton. That was the first matchup they've had. Alcaraz took the first one, I believe, in a tiebreak, and then I think it was 6-4 maybe in the second. Then he took out Hurkacz. That was a really tense match, 2 tiebreakers there. But yeah, when Tommy Paul kind of, I mean, it did go 3 sets, but Tommy Paul, you felt like he was the better player of the whole match. So I haven't seen Alcaraz find his form, even in the previous match against Jordan Thompson, the Australian, who he also dropped a set against and won earlier in this tournament. All right, Alcaraz, real quick, up 40 love. So serve looking a little bit better today than it did in Toronto. And world number 1, 3 chances to level here at 1-all. Folks, it had been super hot in Vancouver. I mean, for us, super hot, meaning around 30 degrees Celsius. Alcaraz forehand up the middle. Tommy Paul, another shank. So Tommy Paul has shanked twice now. And I think it's a shank button. Oh, and also Alcaraz with the... Four straight points for world number 1, Carlitos. All right, folks, hard court action. Believe it or not, Tommy Paul, folks, makes it to the semis of the Australian Open, has 22 wins on hard court this year. Alcaraz with just, is it 12? He's got 9 more. 13. Alcaraz with 13. Tommy Paul with 22. So, of course, Alcaraz did miss the beginning of the season with an injury, wasn't unable to play in the warm-up tournaments in Australia, nor the Australian Open, but of course comes back, was able to play the French, and of course won Wimbledon. Another good serve from Tommy Paul right to the body. Alcaraz cannot get out of the way enough to control it, and the return goes long. 30 love, Tommy Paul. Little more comfortable here than he was in his first service game. Looks like a windy day. I heard in the first match, Vondrousova earlier against Sloane Stephens, there's a lot of wind going on. Another great serve to the body, long return, and it's now 40 love for the American. How's it going over? Let's check the score. So, looks like Iga has found her way. She got one break back. She was down love 3. Now it's 2-4. Here we go. Tommy Paul trying to wrap this game up. Serve is long. Second serve. Very windy, folks. Tommy Paul's shirt is just being blasted. The front, you can tell. The wind is coming from the front of him as he's facing to serve. Alcaraz backhand slice. Tommy Paul puts that one into the net. So Alcaraz blocks a game to love from Paul, but Paul still has a couple of game point opportunities. Okay. First serve from Paul into the net. Tommy Paul rocking some nice colors. He's got like fuchsia. He's got pink. We'll get into his kit in a second. Another body serve. Another Alcaraz long return. So that body serve has been working well for Tommy Paul. And on a windy day in Cincinnati, we are all, we're not level, but we're on serve. Alcaraz after the break will serve at 1-2. All right, folks, let's get you into some other scores. So Popperin had a walkover over Nicholas Jarry. And also Zverev beats Medvedev, as mentioned. That was in 3 sets. Hurkacz straight sets over Tsitsipas. So Tsitsipas has not been doing too well. He did win a 250 right before the thousands here, but yeah, not the greatest results. Oh, Manarino has retired, folks. Sorry, McDonald retired. Manarino won. It was actually 6-4 Manarino first set, and then he was up 3 games to love. So Mackenzie McDonald withdraws in halfway through the second set. And so we have a final there. Of course, Alcaraz Paul right now. And then later on today, 3 more matches. We've got Wawrinka Purcell. We've got Lajovic, Fritz, and then we've got the Monfils Djokovic 19th matchup of their career. Again, as mentioned, Djokovic has won all 18 previous matches against Gael Monfils. Can Monfils finally get his victory? I'm honestly going to go ahead and say no, folks, on that. Not that I don't want it to happen. But yeah. Anyways, Adrian Wilson. Hello, Adrian. Good body serve with a nice bit of kick in winning conditions from Paul. And hi, peeps. Hello, friend. Yes, very astute. As mentioned, the body serves have been very, very effective for Tommy Paul. Snehal saying hello to me. Hello, Snehal. How are you, buddy? We just saw you over on the Iga versus Zhang matchup there. Alcaraz, good first serve, also to the body, and Tommy Paul with the return long. So now Alcaraz has won all 5 points on his serve so far. So far, a better start this week than last week for Carlitos. First serve is long. Here comes the second. So this is the serve that Tommy Paul was eating up last week. Let's see if Alcaraz has a little more juice on it. Good serve, backhand return. Alcaraz forehand goes wide, and it's 15-all. Is the real Monfils well and truly back? I don't think he's going to have a chance against Novak. It's just, I mean, he's lost all 18 previous matchups. I mean, maybe he'll get one, but I just don't see it. I think that one is just a one-way traffic on the head-to-head. All right, Alcaraz with the +1 backhand from Paul. Now forehand Alcaraz into the net. So this is what I was talking about, folks. This is why I picked Alcaraz to get upset today. His range, he just has not found his range on his ground strokes at all. Even though he won 2 matches in Toronto and then lost the third one to Tommy Paul. And then even in his first match here, he had moments, little spurts here and there, but he was just unable to find consistency on the ground strokes. Let's see if that changes. And Tommy Paul with a ground stroke into the net. So 30-all here after a little bit of pressure. Alcaraz is the GOAT, says Damian Horkey. Welcome, Damian. Thank you for your comment. Hey, folks, please do like the video. Subscribe if you're new to the channel. Hit that notification bell. You know all that good stuff. Mookie beats Sakkari again. Karolina Muchova takes out Maria Sakkari. Poor Sakkari keeps finding tough opponents in the earlier rounds. Alcaraz, under some windy conditions, misses that first serve. Here we go. Second serve, 30-all, 13 minutes into this one. Second is good. Backhand return is long from Tommy Paul. Alcaraz with a game point. Cubby, I didn't mean him beating Novak. I just meant him being back to his best. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about his best. He is up there. He's in his mid-30s. But yeah, he's playing better than he's played in the last 2-3 years, I would say. Snail, maybe the Neomorphs probably would need to be rather than the old version against Novak later. Yeah. Here we go. Second serve. Second, Tommy Paul with a cross-court backhand. Alcaraz with his backhand goes long. It looks like the wind is really bothering both of these players. It's deuce now. A lot of uncomfortable swings, a lot of reaching, meaning the ball is kind of changing the trajectory. You have your feet set, and sometimes the ball gets carried, and so now you look like you're reaching. So that's starting to happen. They're showing the flags flying around. You can see the shirts of the players. A lot of wind. First serve. Oh, I thought that was long, but it's good. And then the return from Paul is long. Advantage Carlitos. Okay. How's Ben doing over there? Yo, folks, Ben has 46 likes, and I only have 40. I only have 13. That is not cool, y'all. We need to overtake Ben. So if you can, hit that like button. We need to overtake my man Ben over on the other stream. And Tommy Paul with another ground stroke long. And it looks like we are level. No, we are level. Now it looks like the side that Tommy Paul is on, I think the wind is behind Tommy Paul. So whoever's on that side is going to have a tougher time controlling because a lot of these balls are going long, I'm noticing. All right, Brad Stein, the coach of Tommy Paul, they're showing on the screen. Level at 2-all here. Alcaraz looking for some revenge. So what is Tommy Paul wearing? Well, he's wearing a backwards New Balance cap. It's fuchsia colored. He's got a pink fuchsia and like a dark. Okay, so his hat, the middle of his shirt and his shorts are all like a deep purple. Then there's like a fuchsia on the bottom half of his shirt and pink on the top half. It's all New Balance. He's got white socks, white and black shoes, does Tommy Paul. And he just hit a double fault, so it's 15-all. And it looks like he's wearing a white watch on his left wrist and no wristbands for Tommy Paul. Okay. Tommy Paul, first serve off the tape and long. So here comes the second. Second's good. Backhand return. Now backhand Paul also into the net. So Paul looks like he's also struggling with his range here early on. And it's now 15-30. Alcaraz's coach, Juan Carlos Ferrero, giving him some advice. His brother's also in the box. Often his older brother travels with him. I'd love to be on the entourage of a tennis player. That would be the life, y'all. Travel to warm places, living in nice hotels. Let's go. Tommy Paul, first serve at 15-30 into the net. So having a tough time getting the ball into the service box is Tommy Paul in this game. Second serve is good. Alcaraz with a forehand. That goes long as well. So lots of sloppy play, 30-all here. Damien once again saying Alcaraz is the GOAT. Big fan of Alcaraz. I'm also a big fan of Alcaraz. I think Adrian Wilson says the wind seems to change direction a lot, particularly hard to play for sidelines. Yep, got to adjust your placement percentages. Yeah, you got to have wider basically bigger margins. Instead of going right for the line, maybe go 1 or 2 feet inside the line when it's really gusty. Now we are into a rally here. Forehand, Alcaraz, forehand Paul. Now Alcaraz all cross court. Paul again to the backhand of Alcaraz, cross court. Backhand slice Paul. Alcaraz forehand inside out into the net. And Tommy Paul with a game point. So after a little bit of a choppy game here, Tommy Paul is the first one with a game point. Paul, future 2033 Montreal versus Alcaraz pre-match thoughts. Can we just skip the match? I know I'm going to win. Yeah, there you go. Cubby gets it done. What's up, hermano? How are you? Cedric Lopez, good to see you. Alcaraz better than Djokovic, says Damian Horkey. So, big fan. Again, big Alcaraz fan in the house. Tommy Paul with a +1, and that's long. So, we are at deuce. Alcaraz forced the error just by a decently deep return. Okay. So Tommy Paul isn't wearing a pink for Carlito. So there's 5 straight ladies, and you know how Alcaraz wears this Nike bucket hat. Well, there's women wearing all pink hats with the embroidered on says pink for Carlitos. So the bucket hat is kind of becoming Alcaraz's thing. It looks like. All right, deuce. Tommy Paul, Alcaraz with a loopy serve, barely lands in. Now we're into the rally. Forehand Paul. Backhand Alcaraz cross court. Backhand Paul. Backhand Alcaraz. That one lands on the sideline. Now backhand again Paul to the backhand of Alcaraz into the high part of the net. Another game point for Tommy Paul. Cedric saying LOL. Okay. Hope you guys are having a good day wherever you may be. It's 11:55 a.m. here on in my time zone in Vancouver, BC, Canada. 3 hours ahead they are in Cincinnati. So it's almost 3 o'clock there, 5 minutes to 3. We've got a forehand to forehand battle going. Alcaraz forehand goes just long. Tommy Paul with its little bit of a fist pump while he's holding his racket, and we are on serve 3-2. Alcaraz will serve after the changeover. All right, how about the women's side? What's going on? Well, Wimbledon champion Marketa Vondrousova takes out Sloane Stephens in straight sets. Karolina Muchova, as I believe Adrian mentioned, someone mentioned, maybe it was Capricorn. Sakari losing to Muchova in 3. We got Qinwing Zheng is she's on the verge. It's actually Iga serving at 3-5. So Iga down a break. So Zheng with and Zheng is up love 15. So Zheng now just 3 points away from a 1-set-to-love lead over world number 1. Also, Jasmine Paolini and Elena Rybakina just kicking off the very first game of the first set. And then later on the women's, we've got Boskova versus Pegula. We've got Jabeur versus Vekic. We got Kasatkina versus Sabalenka. And we've got Noskova versus Coco Gauff. Yep, yippity-doo. Nail saying Medi needs to take tips from Paul on how to play Alcaraz. Well, the problem with Medi is he stands back, and then Alcaraz exploits him with the drop shot or the serve and volley. Tommy Paul stays up at the baseline, kind of like Jannik Sinner does, and he meets the ball. So in the match last week, Tommy Paul hit way more balls from inside the baseline than Alcaraz did. So that's the way to get it. That's one of the ways. Kick on the serve to the body looks hard to time for returners. May not need to be too complicated here. Top spin and slice seems effective too. Spin is good. Tight net line margins bad, says Adrian. Okay, haha, I'm skeptical Daniil Medvedev can mimic any player style other than Daniil Medvedev's. Very unique style for sure. Alcaraz losing the first point here at 2-3, so it's love 15. Alcaraz rocking the same outfit as last week, the deep green shirt, just the light yellow underneath the armpits going all the way down to the bottom of the shirt. So dark green and then just the tennis ball colored, very, very light green, yellow kind of color. Second serve, short return. Alcaraz makes his way to the net and he does a drop volley. Tommy Paul gets there. Alcaraz lobs. Tommy Paul doesn't let it get over him, and as he's jumping backwards, hits a winner overhead, and it's now love 30. So Alcaraz under a little bit of pressure now. I just don't see Medvedev being, I don't know. Medvedev, I don't understand why he doesn't try to stay closer on the return. Alcaraz is a good server, but he's not a punishing server that Medvedev can't handle. So I just don't understand that. Great play from Paul. Yes, good. That was a very good point. Good scramble. Alcaraz made his way to the net. Usually when he does that, it's a good sign. Alcaraz with a bomb of a forehand. And there's one, finally. 15-30 for Carlitos. Or 100-mile-per-hour winner. Yeah, it was a bomb, folks. Whenever it hits triple digits, I call that a bomb on a ground stroke. He's one of the few players who can consistently hit 100 on his ground strokes on the forehand. All right, Tommy Paul, another short return. Alcaraz, easy chance there, but he tries to go up the line, misses it by about a foot wide. So it's double break point now for Tommy Paul, 15-40. Covey, how big is Medi a contender for you at U.S. Open after his early losses to Zverev and de Minaur? I still think he's going to be in tough. He's very, very good condition. And so in best of 5, he also has a little bit, I kind of give him a little bit more than in a best of 3. However, he's not impressed me so much. I'm thinking I might choose Sinner over him right now, based on the level of play. And Tommy Paul with the volley, and he puts it away. And we have our first break of the match.
Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
We have a friend in here named Vanch Agarwal. Welcome, Vanch. Medi can't because his long loopy swing will never allow him to be able to take the ball early. Then he's going to be exploited. I mean, you got to make adjustments when people start beating you, and now people are starting to take, what Alcaraz did, what Kyrgios did last year at the U.S. Open when he beat Medvedev, and that's just serve and volley and drop shots. And if you can do those things, not everyone can. That's good against Medvedev. However, if you're unable to do that, Medvedev is basically a backboard, and he can hit everything back if you don't have the ability to do those things to him. And he can outlast a lot of players as well with his fitness. Tommy Paul, after getting the break here, loses the first point, and then misses a second serve. Double fault. It's now love 30. And Juan Carlos Ferro encouraging Carlitos. Is Swiatek doing the I'm injured thing? Not sure, not able to watch it at the moment, but hope not. I mean, if she's injured, she should. Well, I mean, hopefully they try to play through it, but I guess we'll watch out for that. Maybe she retires if not. Ooh, Tommy Paul, the serve +1, and it's a backhand, the winner off the sideline. Very, very thin margin there, but he hits it. Good job for the American. Oh, yeah, I wasn't finished with the Alcaraz kit. So Alcaraz with the dark green shirt, other than under the armpits going down, it's light yellow, and then he's got the same color dark green shorts. Chip back return there from Alcaraz. White shoes, white socks, all Nike. Wristband on the left wrist and taping on the right wrist. It is now 15-40 as the lob attempt from Tommy Paul goes wide and long. And so 2 break points now for Alcaraz, just like in the last game Tommy Paul had. Medvedev, says Adrian, is 6'6", spindly, and a particular kind of athlete. Blocked returns isn't a natural skill for him at all. He tried a few against Zverev today. They weren't all terrible, but he's not good at it. Well, what I'm trying to say, Adrian, is if he doesn't learn to get better at it or come up with some other solution, people are going to just, they're going to take advantage of him. They're going to serve and volley him, and they're going to drop shot him. Okay, Alcaraz. Oh, with a volley. Oh, we got a little cat and mouse. Tommy Paul winning all the cat and mouse points as he just did there. Alcaraz a little frustrated there. Tommy Paul was at the net. Alcaraz had one shot where he had his feet set and he put it right back at Tommy Paul. And then from there, Tommy Paul played some great angles and had Alcaraz on a string. So this is the first chance off the first volley. Alcaraz had a good shot. And then Tommy Paul hits a very nice drop volley. Alcaraz gets to it, but pushes it into the net. Agreed. Changing technique is really difficult, though, but he has no choice other than having more compact strokes. And, you could just block the return back and then get into the rally like Alcaraz was doing against the big hitters at Wimbledon. That's kind of what Roger used to do when he played, Andy Roddick, for example. Roddick serving 140. Roger just block return, just lands. It goes nice and high, lands deep within 2-3 feet of the baseline. Boom, neutralizing the point. Now we get into a rally. Roger's got the advantage. So Medvedev, you can say it's hard for him to change and adjust, but if he doesn't adjust, he's just going to be extinct because, you can't just say, oh, it's hard to learn. It's like, well, if you want to be a top tennis player, you got to learn or else you're screwed. Tommy Paul, after being down 15-40, now has a game point advantage here. So, crazy. I'm curious if this is the same Vanch Agarwal who was regular in GTL live chats 2 to 3 years earlier. Yes, Snehil, LMAO, it's me. Okay, there we go. I haven't been with GTL for a year yet. So I would not have been able to answer, but Vunch has. So thank you, Vunch. Block back return into the net from Alcaraz. Tommy Paul up 5-2, and he consolidates the break, folks. And Paul is cruising here, looking like he's going to take the first set easily.
Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
All right. So Tommy Paul is up 5-2. And Alcaraz, yeah, it definitely seems like he's been a little more frustrated since Wimbledon in the matches. I know he was a little frustrated in Toronto in a couple of the matches. Windy conditions aren't helping, although he's actually one of the better players in windy conditions. Apparently him and his team, they fly out to Austria to play on some really windy conditioned courts. So that was another thing that against Novak in the Wimbledon final, where it looked like Novak was struggling with the wind and the conditions much more than Alcaraz was. But today, both players are kind of struggling with it, and definitely windy, though. They keep showing the flags here, and it's they're always moving pretty easily with the wind. So 31 minutes in, Tommy Paul on the verge. He is up 5-2, but it's Alcaraz to serve. So trying to hold and force Tommy Paul to serve it out. That would be prudent. Okay, first serve. It's not an ace, but I think the wind carried it out wide, and it goes off the end of Tommy Paul's racket. And it is 15-love Carlitos. Let me just double check that it did. Yeah, he did get a piece of it, but it just went off the end of his racket. So not an ace, but it was a winning serve. Tommy Paul, backhand up the line attempt on the next point, but the backhand goes wide. 30-love real quick, Alcaraz. Kavi, when I just started following GTL 2 years ago, this name appeared frequently. Very, very cool. Okay, and Tommy Paul with a very shanky forehand. Again, I think the wind is causing havoc. 40-love here, Alcaraz. Kavi, you can't just block it back unless you can also block body serves. Medvedev has a totally different build to Federer. His forehand looks his least bad block, but he's 6'6". Adrian, what I'm trying to say, you guys, is Tommy Paul gets one. It's 40 love there, but Tommy Paul hits the outside of the sideline and hits a winner there. So nicely done. It's a backhand slice. What I'm trying to say, Adrian, is Medvedev needs to do something. He can't just say, oh, I'm tall. Oh, I have a loopy forehand, so I'm not going to adjust anything, and I'm just going to keep losing to the same guys. He has to do something. I don't necessarily know exactly what it is. I'm just giving examples of ways to neutralize serves without having to be all the way back. So that's what I'm trying to say. Adrian really understands tennis to depth, looks like. And he's especially vulnerable to serves into his body. So even if he hits it well, he is knocked off balance and struggles with shot recovery. Okay, so Adrian, let me ask you this. If you were the coach of Medvedev, would you say keep losing by doing the same thing, or what would your suggestion be? I'm very curious to know what you think on that. Medi sure needs to bring a difference. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, Alcaraz with an easy hold, and Tommy Paul serving, and he loses the first point. So it is now love 15. Paul serving at 5-3, serving for the set. 50 people in, folks, and we have 19 likes. Let's get that number up. Ben has 49 likes. We need to overtake Ben, folks. So I can say, haha, Ben, I have more likes than you. All right, 15 all. Tommy Paul now 3 points away from a 1-set-to-love lead. This would be the first victory over Alcaraz on American soil for Tommy Paul. He's 2-0 in Canada, 0-1 in the U.S. against Alcaraz. Oh, Alcaraz with a forehand passing shot winner on the very sharp angle as Tommy Paul makes his way to the net. Cross-court winner there, and it's a beauty. So it's 15-30. Alcaraz showing signs of life. Paul stretching Alcaraz out, but Alcaraz gets there quickly enough to be able to hit the outside of the ball and get a great angle on the short cross winner. Okay. Let's go. Tommy Paul. First serve. It's a beauty. Forehand return Alcaraz. Forehand Paul. Forehand Alcaraz. Forehand Paul. Forehand Alcaraz. Forehand Paul. All cross court. Forehand Alcaraz with a sharper angle. Forehand Paul. Now Alcaraz goes up the line after he pulls Tommy Paul out wide, and it's 15-40. So a couple break points now for Alcaraz to get back on serve. Can he do it? Let's find out. He had a chance last game, but Tommy Paul stifled him. Came back from 15-40. Medi can't just rely on not having to face serve volley players. You can't control luck. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say, right? So, here we go. Tommy Paul now under some pressure. First serve. Ooh, into the net. That was going to go wide, and it went into the net. So, again, lots of wind going from the left of Paul to right. Tough as he's serving. Alcaraz with a stretch return. Short ball, Tommy. Now, Tommy Paul makes his way to the net. Alcaraz with a floater, and Tommy Paul, it was at the body of Paul. He moved out of the way, but the forehand into the net. Alcaraz breaks back. We're level here, or at least we're on serve, I should say. We're not level, but Alcaraz will serve to stay in it at 4-5 after he gets the...
Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. 1, 2, 3, vamos. Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. Vamos.
There it is, folks. I'm actually messaging Ben saying I'm trying to get more likes than you, Ben. It's not. Okay, so yeah, Alcaraz back on serve, breaks back right when needed. So as you all know, if you watch my streams, I always give a good chance to a top player when they're down a break. And if they're within a break, the set's never over, and Alcaraz just proved that. Alcaraz hungry for revenge. Yeah. So Adrian, let me know. I'm very curious to know what you would do if you were coaching Medvedev, because this is a good conversation. This is very, very interesting. Because I don't know why, but him and his coach, they've decided to just stay. Is he kind of like what Snehal said here? Do you think he's just counting on playing not as good players? Oh, I see your point. I just think a particularly hard, maybe insurmountable, I don't know, task for him. Maybe an abbreviated return shot with a Zverev return position could be easier. But I am not confident of any clear answers for Medvedev against competent servers +1 hitters. So I'm not sure even that would work. Interesting. Yeah, see, it's really tough. It's a tough. It's a riddle, right? It's a riddle for him to solve. Alcaraz up 15 love, but his first serve goes into the net. So Tommy Paul will get a look here at a second serve. Second serve is good. Backhand return up the middle. Slice from Alcaraz. Backhand cross-court Tommy Paul. Slice from Alcaraz to the forehand of Paul. Now forehand Alcaraz. Forehand Paul to the backhand of Alcaraz. Cross-court. Backhand Paul. Backhand Alcaraz up the middle. Forehand Tommy Paul. That's a looper. And Alcaraz backhand cross-court. Backhand Paul. Backhand Alcaraz up the middle. Forehand Paul cross-court. Forehand Alcaraz. Now we're going cross-court. But Tommy Paul goes long on that one. And Alcaraz looks like he's striking the ball a little bit better. Now, I said that 2 or 3 times last week when he was facing Tommy Paul as well, where he had spurts where he looked like he was back in the game. However, he was unable to sustain it for more than a few points. Let's see if he can do it this time. 20-shot rally, and Alcaraz takes that one. 30 love. Here we go. First serve, Alcaraz off the tape and long. I don't think it's clear, says Adrian. Yeah, me neither. Gary, hello, GSL, my man, from Florida, Palm Coast to be exact. Covey, 54 watching you, 84 watching Ben. What's up with that? Well, I think Iga and Qinwen are way prettier than these two guys, although these two are handsome fellas. Not sure, but I am definitely trying to get more likes than him. So, Gary, please do your magic. Help me beat Ben. I'm looking at his stream. He's got 53. I have 23. So we need to pick these numbers up. I agree with you, Gary. And Alcaraz with a beautiful serve and volley, and it's a game to love. We're back level at 5. So Alcaraz breaks. He was down 2-5. He holds. He breaks. Holds again, and we're level at 5 all. So good recovery from the world number 1, and I think we need to press this button now. And it was a game to love at that. Nice kick serve, Tommy Paul, +1. Alcaraz with a backhand passer up the line. Tommy Paul pulled Alcaraz wide and then went up the line the other side, but Alcaraz ran quickly over there, got 2 hands on the backhand and pushed it up the line, and it's a clean winner. So Alcaraz is rolling, almost looking like he might be poised for another break here. But let's see. Yeah, Alcaraz has won 13 of the last 15 points, so he is definitely cruising, including the last, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 in a row. Wow. Is that right? Yeah. Tommy Paul, first serve is quite long, about 3 or 4 feet. Alcaraz backing up a little bit on the second serve. No, he's coming in. Interesting. Okay, nice deep return. Forehand Paul. Now forehand Alcaraz, forehand Paul. Up to the backhand of Alcaraz, cross-court. Backhand Paul. Backhand slice Alcaraz up the line. Forehand cross-court Paul. And that one also goes wide. So it's now love 30. Alcaraz on a roll here. Max, hey, Cubby and everyone. Hello, Max. How are you doing, my dear? I have a feeling that the first set will go to a tie break. Let's see. Alcaraz trying to do Alcaraz baseline points won 21-12. A much different story than last week. However, Alcaraz was down 5-2 here in this set. So by no means. Covey, Ben recruited me long ago for likes, so don't tell him I'm helping you today. Hit that like button, everyone. Help GTL grow the channel. Thank you very much, Gary. Always a big fan. Yeah, Zhang Qinwen with a great first set over there against world number one. I know you're a fan of Zhang Qinwen as well, Gary. Iga is more popular than people realize. Yeah, no, every time I do an Iga stream, tons and tons of people. Tons and tons. Novak and Iga, I would say, get the most for sure right now from what I can tell. Okay, folks, although I've never done a Kyrgios match, so I'm not sure if there people come out of the woodwork for that. This is in regards to Medvedev, but he would certainly need to put a lot of work in off the match court to stand the chance. Off the match court to stand a chance. Yeah, so we're talking about, can Medvedev figure out a way to beat these guys who are serving, volleying, and dropping him ever since Kyrgios and Alcaraz have been doing it since last year at the U.S. Open. By the way, Tommy Paul was down love 40, but he just saved one break point with a beautiful inside-out +1 forehand winner. And it's break point number 2 of this game. 44 minutes in, Alcaraz looking to take a second break. Tommy Paul has had one. Alcaraz did break back. And again, Paul takes Alcaraz out wide and floater return, and then he just forehand just pushes a volley into the open court. Alcaraz tried his darndest, but was unable to reach the ball. It is now 30-40. Tommy Paul has saved 2. Will he be able to save a third break point? Let's see, folks. I agree, KC. Iga brings the numbers in terms of live streams. For sure. Iga and Novak, they are the ones where you're going to have, you might not have too many at the beginning, but by like the end of a set, you're going to have, 200-300 people at least. It's almost a guarantee. So always good to do those streams. I was actually asked to do the Djokovic stream, but I have an event to attend to tonight. Whereas after a long rally, the backhand goes into the net, pops up, and then lands on his side. So Tommy Paul saves all 3 break points at 5-all under some large duress. So good job from the American. Of course, he's been on a roll. Well, kind of. He beat Alcaraz, won another match, and then was unable to... Or no, did he? I'm trying to remember after he... Here, let me take a look here. After Tommy Paul beat Alcaraz, did he lose the next one? Was it against Sinner? Yeah, he did. He lost to Sinner in straight sets. Okay. Slice from Alcaraz. Tommy Paul off the net. Alcaraz. Oh, gave Alcaraz time to rip a forehand from mid-court, but he hit it into the net. I think his eyes got a little too big for his stomach there. Tommy Paul with the advantage. I'm checking the scores today, and Sasha beats Medi in 3 sets. That's interesting. Yep, absolutely. Zverev Medi is the only proper rivalry of the mid-gen. Faced each other a lot. Yeah, I would say so. I think Tsitsipas could go in there with a couple of those guys. I know Medi and Tsitsipas have some hostility towards each other as well, so that kind of makes for some fun action. Tommy Paul, second serve at advantage. Now we got a rally. Forehand Alcaraz, forehand Paul. Forehand Alcaraz, forehand Paul. Forehand. Okay, the Alcaraz forehand is hitting, folks. Tommy Paul just all defense here. Now, the wind pushing it. Alcaraz had to reach for that one. Now, Tommy Paul makes his way to the net. Alcaraz tries to lob over him. Tommy Paul overheads that, but we're back to neutral. Now we're at the baseline. Tommy Paul backhand goes wide. So Tommy Paul made his way to the net. Alcaraz tried to lob him. Tommy Paul jumped backwards and hit an overhead. It wasn't a put away. And then from there, he went backwards. We restarted the rally from neutral. And then, Alcaraz with some great defense on that point, folks. Very good defense. He had no business being in that point after a couple shots. But he does force the error at the end from Tommy Paul. And back to deuce. Gary saying, Covey, when you speak to Ben, please tell him your version of Zhang Qinwen is correct. He's impatient with me today, and he's still saying Zhang. Ugh. And that Boz Bozkova needs to be fixed. No, it's Bozkova. That's Bozkova, Vondrosova. Yeah, I've learned all those from you. What a point. Wow, says Adrian. Gary, I'll do my best. But yeah, no, I mean, you have me always thinking about that. And so I really appreciate that. Okay, Tommy Paul recovers with an unreturned serve after quite a game, an eventful game. So Alcaraz now pressure squarely back on him as he has he will serve to stay in the set after this changeover. Hello, JG. How are you? Hey, Covey. Hope you're doing well, sir. I'm doing well, except JG. I only have what do I have? 26 likes, and Ben has 54 likes, and I cannot accept that. So trying to find ways to overtake Ben in the like department. I got 65 watching me. He's got, what has he got? 82. So I think we're within range. So everyone, if you haven't done so, hit that like button. Subscribe if you're new, and also notification bell, y'all. That way you will know when we go live, whenever we go live. Great first set here, folks. Like I said, Tommy Paul was up 5-2, came out of the gates really well. Alcaraz fights his way back to 5-all, and then had a couple of break points. 3 break points. He was up love 40 on the Tommy Paul serve at 5-all, but Tommy Paul fights back. A very, very good display of toughness from Tommy Paul, and he is now up 6-5. So Alcaraz now has a chance to stay in the set, and if he does, we will have a tie break. So there we go. Almost 90 people in. It's getting better, folks. Still at half of his likes, though. I cannot accept this. So it looks like Iga's on a roll, folks. After losing the first set 6-3, she's up 5-love, and she's serving for a bagel in the second set. Alcaraz, 50 minutes into this one, looking to force a tiebreak. Here we go. First serve is good. Chop back return. Alcaraz comes in for the serve and volley, but notices that the ball is going to go long and smartly leaves it. 15-love, Carlitos. Great rally, but lots of errors in these windy conditions. Definitely, Adrian. Good call. Alcaraz seems to have a good feel on returns now, but still hitting errors after getting into the point. But Paul rode his luck a bit there. Yeah, he definitely did. Tommy, let's do this again. Gary going for Tommy Paul. Alcaraz takes the first 2 points here. 30-love. Lots of wind, folks. Coming from the front of Alcaraz. So it looks like he has the advantage of hitting into the wind. It's definitely more. It's easier to hit into the wind because if you hit a lot more balls long when the wind is behind you, it's harder to hit hard and for the ball to dip in. So first serve goes long. 30-love here, Carlitos. Second serve is good. Block back return. Now +1 forehand. Forehand from Paul. Alcaraz with some defensive acrobatics. And then Tommy Paul goes wide. Alcaraz almost on a full splits a la Novak Djokovic on the defense there, forcing the error from Tommy Paul. 40-love. And Alcaraz 3 points, 3 game points here in the back pocket for a tiebreak. Gene in the house. Hey, Covey and everyone. Welcome, my friend. How are you doing, brother? Good to have you in the chat. And the serve to the body is unreturned from Tommy Paul, and it is a game to love. And we're going into a tiebreak, folks. All right, folks, let me know who you think is going to win and what the score is going to be in the comments right now. Alcaraz has won 40 out of the 74 points, so 6 more points, now 5 because Tommy Paul has a 1-love lead in the tiebreak. All right, folks, what do you think? Who do you think is going to win? I feel like right now, so I picked Tommy Paul to win this match, folks, but I feel like right now Alcaraz is doing all right. No, I'm gonna stick with my Tommy Paul gut. I'm gonna go ahead and say Tommy Paul is gonna take this one 8-6. Just ate a strawberry snowball with tea. What is that? 7-5 Paul, says Gene. So we got one. Alcaraz, serve and volley, wins his first point, 1-all. Just under an hour, 7 minutes exactly, actually, under an hour into this one, 53 minutes. Good serve, block back return, Alcaraz +1 to the backhand of Paul. Cross court, Alcaraz forehand into the net, and first mini break goes to the American. He's up 2-1. We got Tommy Paul 10-8. So we got 3 for Paul. We got myself, we got Gene, and we got Max. We call a round donut a snowball in South Africa. Covey. A round. You mean like a donut with the hole in it, right? You guys call that a snowball? Oh, you mean like the hole, like the donut hole, like the middle, like if you like the hole of the donut. Is that what you're talking about? Because in Canada we call them Timbits. We have Tim Hortons. You can get the donuts or you can get the donut holes, but they're called Timbits. So I believe that's what you're saying. 3-1 Paul, good kick serve, and then the +1 right back to the same direction, wrong footing Carlitos, and it is 3-1 mini break. 89-mile-an-hour winner for Tommy Paul there. Good serve, Alcaraz block back return, Tommy Paul forehand cross court, forehand Alcaraz, and Paul shanks a forehand, and Alcaraz with the mini break back 2-3 now. And Alcaraz will try and level before the changeover. Yes. Okay. Donut hole. Gotcha. Very cool. So you call them snowball. Very, very interesting. A strawberry snowball. So that means, was it like with the dough on the outside and strawberry cream in the middle? We got Alcaraz 8-6. First for Carlitos. So let's see, folks. Hey, Snahill, says Gene. Alcaraz, first serve is about 2.5 feet long at 2-3 before the changeover. These are always pretty big points. Second serve, Tommy Paul with a forehand. Ooh, he tried to pounce on that, but forehand goes into the high part of the net, and we're tied at 3 at the changeover. All right, let you know what else is going on in the world of tennis. So, as we mentioned, Mannarino won after Mackenzie McDonald retired down a set and love 3 in the second. Wawrinka and Purcell later on today. Lajovic Fritz later on today, and Monfils Djokovic. Unfortunately, I will not be able to call that one. As mentioned, I have an event to attend tonight. Lots of things going on in the summer, folks. We had a wedding recently and some other stuff going on. So, unfortunately, won't be able to watch that one, but I'm very anxious to watch Novak because I haven't seen him since Wimbledon. And I didn't get to watch his first round match, or I guess not his. He got a bye in the first round. So his first match, which was a second round match. Anyways, we're into a rally, backhand to backhand. Alcaraz goes to the forehand now. Forehand cross court from Paul. Forehand Alcaraz. Ooh, and he didn't shank it. He did kind of shank it. He didn't hit in the middle of the racket. So another mini break goes to Tommy Paul. He's up 4-3. Brilliant return from Alcaraz. Timely from him there. I think you're talking about the 2 points ago. Yeah, it was on the outstretch, and it landed about 4 inches from the baseline. Did you expect Zverev to beat Medi today, Covey? Not necessarily, but I'm also not super surprised. I know that Zverev has the level. I think Zverev is unable to kind of continue with his levels lately. He'll have a good win, and then he'll have a loss, and then he'll have another good win and then another loss. Tommy Paul takes another one, 5-3 now, so just 2 points away from the first set is the American. That was very impressive from Zverev. Mannarino, weird style of play, is tough to handle for a lot of players. He has no backswing, and he has so much power with no backswing. It's just amazing. Yeah, he's a very, very interesting player. I think he has one of the loosest string tensions, I believe, out of anyone. Alcaraz with a forehand cross-court winner, so gets the mini break back, and now back on serve 4-5. So these players are not given an inch. And not only are we in a tiebreak, but we're in the business end of the tiebreak. He has insane timing, says Gene, in regards to Manarino. Yeah, absolutely. And it's just so baffling with that such a small backswing. All right, 4-5 Alcaraz. First serve, block back return, and +1 from the middle. Now a floater. Alcaraz meets that at the net and volleys it into the open court. Tommy Paul tries his darndest, but was unable to reach that. Level at 5. Yes, he has the loosest string tension. Thank you, buddy. That's what I thought. You could say her milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, Max. Hold on. What did I miss from Max? And let's see here. Tommy Paul is able to find amazingly consistent length off his ground shots, backhand and forehand. From this end of the court, it's probably what's kept him in it. So many shots landing deep. Yeah, I think when the wind is not behind him, when it's facing him, he has that better control. Yeah, the power Manarino generates is crazy, and also the angle. Yes, the angles. And he's really good on grass. All right, 5-all. We're into a rally. Alcaraz makes way to the net and a beautiful volley. Tommy Paul, tried to put a lot of whip and forehand on that one, but unable to get it over the net cross court. Alcaraz now with a first set point. It is 5. Actually, yeah, no, it is the first set point. It is 5-6 for Tommy Paul, and he's serving to stay in this tiebreak. Can Carlitos get the break? The mini break for the set. Let's see. His team is encouraging him. They want him to end this before another changeover. I'm sure he does too, but Tommy Paul, he probably doesn't. Tommy Paul, good serve. Alcaraz, backhand return up the middle. Oh, it's just long. And we're level at 6 at the second changeover. So, nicely done from Tommy Paul. And the winner of this next point will have the next set point. So, really good first set here, folks. We're over an hour into it. Actually, are we? No, we just this second we hit the hour mark. So, we're exactly 1 hour into it. We're tied at 6. 6-all in game, 6-all in the tiebreak, and someone is on the verge of a 1-set-to-love lead. Who will it be? Not sure. This is so tight. LOL, says Gene. Yes, absolutely. And it has been a pretty good, like I said, a pretty good first set. Tommy Paul came out a little bit sharper. Alcaraz came back from a 2-5 deficit. And now here we go. Tommy Paul, 6-all. First serve into the net. Well, still dead even. Yep, as even as you can possibly be. Here we go. Second serve. Backhand return. Nice and deep. Forehand Paul. Forehand chopped from Alcaraz. Now Tommy Paul makes away the net. Alcaraz tries to loop an overhead over Paul. Now Paul neutralizes. We're back to the baseline. Alcaraz with an inside-out forehand. Backhand slice Paul. Alcaraz drop shot. Paul will not get to it. First dropper of the match for Alcaraz. Haven't seen many of those because last week he just got destroyed. Tommy Paul basically read every single one. Tommy Paul is one of the best movers in the game, folks. So not easy to get a drop on him. But Alcaraz finally does, and it sets up a set point, and Alcaraz is serving as well. So encouraging signs for the Carlitos fans for him to make a drop shot, and that bounced well before Tommy Paul can get to it twice. So there you go. First serve at 7-6. It's set point for Carlitos. Second set point in the tiebreak. And the first serve was long. Here comes the second serve. Tosses up. Serve is good. Forehand return up the middle. Alcaraz forehand. Forehand Paul. Backhand cross-court Alcaraz. Backhand Paul. Backhand Alcaraz up the line. Forehand cross-court Paul. Alcaraz cross right back. Now, another forehand from Alcaraz to the forehand of Paul. And that one goes wide. Alcaraz takes it 8-6. Folks, I had the score 8-6, but I did not have the right player. I had Tommy Paul. So, Snehal Kumar, 8-6. You are correct, my friend. The only one to get it right. Congratulations to you. Very nicely done, buddy. Snehal is very good at predicting. One of the best predictors I've seen in quite a while. That lethal, trusty drop shot. Yeah, he got all of that one. KC, definitely, haha. The drop shot saved him there. Absolutely. Alcaraz with 14 winners, 19 unforced. Tommy Paul, 12 winners, 20 unforced. So a lot of that has to do with the wind as well, folks. It's not that these players aren't playing that well. So yeah, there you go. Let's see, net points. Wow, Tommy Paul 7 for 9, Alcaraz 3 for 6. Alcaraz winning in all service departments. He's got more first serves percentage in. He's won more first serves, and he also has won more of his second serves. 70, 77, 64 to 69, 66, 4. So the second serve is really hurting Tommy Paul, which is what was hurting Alcaraz last week in Toronto. Someone had this right. Yeah, I put it up for you, buddy. You are really good at those. Your predictions are spot on, as they say. All right, folks. So a little bit of a, what's going on? Is someone going to the bathroom, or is it just a regular old break? So Carlitos takes it after a tie break. There we go. So Alcaraz did win. So both times Tommy Paul beat Alcaraz, it was in 3. And the one time Alcaraz beat Tommy Paul in Miami, it was in straight sets. So far the trend is looking good for Carlitos. But Tommy Paul is one formidable opponent, folks. Had a great year on hard courts, as mentioned. 22 wins on hard courts this year. 9 more than Alcaraz. Again, Alcaraz did miss the beginning of the year and the Australian Open, so he missed the 2 Aussie warm-up tournaments, and he probably went to play both, but there's Adelaide 1, Adelaide 2. I think there's one in New Zealand as well. Anyways, Alcaraz will have the advantage of serving first, and he starts off the second set. Good serve. Tommy Paul block return, +1 winner. Inside out forehand from the middle. Inside in, I should say, from the middle. 15 love, Carlitos. The scary part is Manarino's base level is consistent and level never drops. Always a threat anywhere. Don't remember him having a bad run of form. Example like Felix is having. With Manarino, I find that I always notice him in the Grand Slams more than in the weekly tournaments. He just seems to do better in bigger moments, I feel. All right, second serve, Carlitos at 15 love. Nice return. Right to the feet of Alcaraz. He couldn't move out of the way quick enough. And excusez-moi, it's 15 all. Sorry, folks. It's 12:41 in the afternoon. I actually woke up at 6:15 to go do some pickleball drilling with someone, believe it or not. So I got my exercise in very early in the day today. Here he goes, 15 all. Alcaraz serve is long. Let's see, what are we at for likes? 55 for Ben, 28. So we have caught up slightly. He's gotten 1 and we've gotten 2 since the last time I've checked. But he's still got about 2 to 1 on us. So yeah, folks, if you haven't done so, hit like on the video. I'm trying to get more likes than my buddy Ben, who's also calling a match at the exact same time, the Iga Swiatek versus Zheng Qinwen. They're facing off as well in Cincinnati on a different court. Here we're on center court. I believe they're on the grandstand. Alcaraz now down 15-30. So all that juju and energy he had at the end of that first set is not necessarily carrying over. Although, good serve out wide. Tommy Paul with a 2-hand backhand goes long, tries to go up the line, and it's now 30 all. Alcaraz back to level on his service game. Now, Alcaraz has won tournaments without his coach by his side, but you definitely feel like having Juan Carlos Ferrero there, he feels a little more solid this week than he did last week when Juan Carlos Ferrero was not there. And remember last year, folks, Alcaraz had a pretty rough time after the French Open. He lost, he lost back-to-back finals in Umag and in, what was the other one? Umag and Hamburg. Back-to-back finals to Sinner and Musetti. Now, that's, it's not a bad result to make to a final and lose, but for him, he definitely would consider that not great. And then he didn't have a great run. He loses in the first round his first round to Tommy Paul last year in Montreal. Then he lost, I believe, in the quarters or semis of this tournament to Cam Norrie before really turning on the Jets and taking the U.S. Open title for his first major. Does anyone here think Alcaraz will take the U.S. Open? I'm not so sure. It's really, really tough for a 20-year-old to win back-to-back majors. If it starts doing that, then I would be really, really careful, and I'd be worried if I'm the rest of the tour. But I don't know if I could see it happening. I mean, I could see it happening, of course, but yeah, a 20-year-old to win back-to-back majors, that would be quite a feat. I don't know. That would be a really, really impressive. I'm not sure that he's going to be my pick, folks, even though, as you all know, I'm a big fan of Carlitos. If only I could predict Sumit Nagal doing well in a slam and it would turn out to be true. Hey, you never know. Maybe just throw a couple $100 on him and see what happens. All right, love 15. Tommy Paul double faults to start off this game. Alcaraz, of course, holds easily, pretty easily, and is up 1 to love. So Tommy Paul's coach has mirrored sunglasses, and I actually just lost a pair at the pickleball courts. His are nicer, I can assure you that. Mine are like $20, $30 ones, but I missed them. They're polarized. All right. We're into a rally, backhand to backhand. Now forehand Tommy Paul cross court, forehand Alcaraz cross court. Now Tommy Paul up the middle, backhand chip Alcaraz, short ball, Tommy Paul inside out, crazy angle. Alcaraz got a racket on it, and it lands into the alleyway. I can't believe he even got that, but it is 15 all. Good work from Tommy Paul, keeping Alcaraz on his heels for the entire point before finishing it off with the not winner, but pretty much just as good. Alcaraz on the absolute full stretch, sliding to his left, hits a backhand, and it's about a foot wide. 15 all. Tommy Paul about to serve, though Alcaraz had to tie his shoelace. So Tommy Paul very graciously waited for him, because of course it is on the pace of the server. 15 all. Of course he's going to let him do it. No one's going to not let their opponent tie the shoelace. First ball into the net. Second serve coming up for Carlitos to take a look at. Backhand return up the middle. Now forehand Paul, backhand Alcaraz. Forehand Paul to the backhand Alcaraz. It's a slice. Forehand Paul to the forehand Alcaraz. And the forehand goes long. So it is 30-15. Tennis Math doesn't tell me Alcaraz would win US, even though Alcaraz makes mockery out of Tennis Math often. Yeah. That's exactly what I'm trying to say, is that it's really tough, for someone 20 to win back-to-back. That's a hard task, just physically hard on the body. Obviously, these guys who've been doing it and done it, the big three and all those guys, they know how. They have the experience, they have the understanding, how to recover, how to eat, how to rest, all that stuff. But yeah, I think it's going to be tough. Double fault from Tommy Paul, and level again, 30 all here. Three aces each. Two double faults for Alcaraz. 4 for Tommy Paul. So 1 game's worth of double faults from Tommy Paul. Yeah, I'm going to have a little bit of a lunch after this match and then a nap before this event tonight. Tommy Paul with a beautiful ace up the tee after a double fault. So that's how you follow up a bad serve. A couple serves with a good serve. Yvonne May, welcome Yvonne, saying go Carlos. Got a Carlos fan. We got about 64 people in here. Yvonne, if you haven't done so, consider hitting that like button. We're at 29. We need to hit 30. 30 would be a wonderful number. Tommy Paul, first serve into the net. Game point, 40-30 still. Second serve, block back return, nice and deep. Forehand from Paul. Alcaraz with a drop shot. It was way too high. Tommy Paul easily gets there. That thing bounced so high that Tommy Paul easily got there and hit it downwards. Easy winner, 1 game apiece here in the second set. Ace is always a nice response to a double, for sure. You give a free point away and get one right back. Nothing better than that. Tommy Paul with those quick legs. Easily. Again, Alcaraz, that drop shot was One of the highest ones I've seen, actually. Oh, dear. No feel on those shots from Alcaraz, for sure. Didn't look like he had much feel on that one at all. Okay. Oh. Looks like the windy conditions knocked over my cup here. All right, I got to put this little, there we go. Put this tape dispenser, this weighted tape dispenser in front of the cup. Okay, backhand slice from Paul. We're into a rally on the Alcaraz game here. We're at 1-1. Backhand Paul, backhand Alcaraz. Now forehand Paul, all up the middle here. Backhand Alcaraz cross court. Backhand slice Paul up the line. Forehand cross court Alcaraz into the net. Love 15. Okay. Here's Alcaraz serving at love 15. Great serve, block, return up the line. It was a good one. Now Alcaraz, forehand up the middle, backhand Paul, backhand Alcaraz cross court, backhand slice Paul. Lands deep, forehand Alcaraz up the line, cross court Paul. Ooh, good defense from Alcaraz. Now Alcaraz slice makes his way to the net. And it's slice approach shot there. Tommy Paul backhand into the net, though. So it's 15 all. Felt a little precarious there, though. When Alcaraz did the backhand slice push up to approach, for a second, I felt like it might have been a bad mistake. Bad decision, I should say. But Tommy Paul unable to capitalize. Man, I'm really that tired. I guess I, wake up at 6 a.m. Ain't easy sometimes. Gobi got some early morning sun. First serve off the tape and long. Alcaraz, 1 hour and 14 minutes into this one. Oh. Okay, here we go. Froze but unfroze real quick. Tommy Paul with a very aggressive second serve return and then goes in for the return and volley and backhand volleys that with authority. So he looked like he was in control of that point right off the get-go. Very nice return. Made Alcaraz hit it back up, runs up to the net, and boom, backhand volley with authority. 15-30. So Alcaraz starting to feel some pressure on his service games here. First serve into the net. Excuse-moi. Here comes the second. Double fault from Alcaraz. That one is about a foot long, like a Subway sandwich. And it's now 15-40. Couple of break points for Tommy. Great play from Tommy Paul. Nice. Rush the net, and you can sometimes take the wind out of it. For sure. Yeah, that was a nice surprise. If you're an Alcaraz fan, if you're a Tommy Paul fan, to see him with authority rip that backhand. Break points 1. Alcaraz 1 for 7. Tommy Paul is 1 for 1. So same thing happened against Jordan Thompson. Alcaraz had like 11 break points in the first set, and he only had 1. I mean, he generates them, which is huge, but yeah, sometimes you got to convert. Well, nice serve out wide, and the block return goes wide as well. So he saves 1 break point, 30-40 now. So now Alcaraz 3 aces, 3 doubles. Tommy Paul 4 aces, 4 doubles. So a wash for both. Okay. Second break point, 30-40. Alcaraz, great serve up the middle and block back return. Now Alcaraz at the net. Ball was a high one. Tommy Paul had time, and it's a cross-court winner inside out. Tommy Paul with the first break in set number 2. A little bit of love for the American.
Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul, y'all. Tommy Paul. All right. Ben. Oh, you guys now. Oh, so she didn't get the bagel in the second set. She won 6-1, and she is now up 2-love and serving for a 3-love lead. 29 likes over here. See if we can get to 30, folks. Just need one more. Let's see. How come the color? Interesting. Oh, that's why. Interesting. Okay. I'm just comparing mine and Ben's feeds. Make sure they're the exact same, which of course they are. Okay. All right, folks. Let's see. Good return. Alcaraz couldn't deal with that ball off the laces for sure. That's when you have to pop back up. So Tommy Paul now. Wow, folks, I'm definitely going to take a nap after this. By the way, let me know if the sound is all good. Last time I had some sound issues. So far, it seems so good. No one said anything. I've readjusted my mic position, so that might help as well. Nothing like a cold glass of water, folks. All right, Tommy Paul serving up a break 2-1, and he hits an ace to kick off the game, 15-love. Good break from Paul, but we'll see if we can stay a break ahead this time, unlike last set. I think he's got the juice. He's got the confidence. Should be able to, but you never know. Like I said, when you got the best players, you always got to be wary when they're within a break. Now it's 15 all as the Paul +1 goes long. I'll move over, center myself a bit. Okay, Tommy Paul serving at 15 all. First serve is long. Second serve is good. Backhand return. Alcaraz returned and makes his way to the net. Paul tries to lob over him. Alcaraz says, overhead winner, 15-30. So Alcaraz looking to make a move right back as quickly as he got broken in that last game. Yeah, the return was good. The volley was good and then forced the overhead. So Alcaraz 5 of 9, net points won, over 50%. Tommy Paul even better, 9 of 11, almost 90% for him. So both players pretty successful at the net. Tommy Paul first serve into the net, 15-30. Here comes the second. There we go. Backhand return up the middle. Forehand from Paul. Backhand Alcaraz. Forehand Paul. Backhand Alcaraz. Cross court. Backhand slice Paul. That's wide. Double break again for Alcaraz. 15-40 now. Two break points for Carlitos, world number 1 out of Spain, 20 years old, facing the 26-year-old, 13th ranked Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul took out Alcaraz last week in Toronto. Alcaraz looking for revenge. Second serve, and it's a double fault for the break. And there you go, back to level once again. 2-all here in set number 2. Not the most impressive or eventful break point, but a break point nonetheless for Carlitos. All right, so 4 games in, 2 holds, 2 breaks. We're all tied up. Let's go. Alcaraz now serving. Sun at his back. First serve is into the net. Here's a second. It's good. Backhand into the net from Paul. It was a nice kicker. Paul jumped to get that, but also reached. So I'm not sure if the wind played a little havoc on him. 15 love, I should say. 15 love for Carlos. Alcaraz only won 1 out of 6 second serve points in this set, so he needs to sharpen that up. Did much better in the first set. Good +1 from Alcaraz, forcing a forehand error from Tommy Paul. 30 love for the world number 1. All right. Iga is now up 3 love. So after losing the first set 6-3, she's won 9 of the last 10 games, winning 6-1 and up 3 love in the third. So 6-1 in the second, 3 love in the third. Here's Alcaraz. Nice out wide serve, block back return. Alcaraz makes his way to the net. Tommy Paul tries to lob him, but not enough. Alcaraz easily cross-court overhead, and it's 40 love. Looking for a game to love is Carlitos. Adrian saying, well, the answer to the above wasn't long in coming. Saying Paul got the break, but see if he can stay ahead. Well, wasn't able to that time. Alcaraz with an ace, and it's a game to love for Carlitos, and he's back up 3-2. And after getting that break back, got the service advantage once again.
Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. 1, 2, 3, vamos. Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. Vamos.
Let's go, vamos, as they say in Espanol. Alcaraz now 3 points away from a spot in the quarterfinals. Let's see, folks. I'll let you know. So the winner of this match will face the winner of Wawrinka Purcell, which is coming on later. We have Hurkacz is going to face Popyrin, also in this quarter. Sorry, in this half, I should say. Bottom half, we've got Mannarino, Zverev, and then later on we have Lajovic Fritz. Winner of that will face the winner of Monfils Djokovic. So that's the bottom half. Does anyone at all think that Monfils can get his first ever victory over Novak tonight? Monfils has lost all 18 previous matchups. Iga battering Zheng, says Snehil. Okay, Tommy can't hold his marker if given a whiteboard, says Landon Lowe. That's a good expression. Breaks Alcaraz, only won 1 point since. Yep, that's true. Folds everything. Abigail, hey Covey, close match. Yes, it is, Abigail. Good to have you in the chat. Alcaraz squeaked it out 8-6 in the tiebreak in the first set after being down 2-5. So a nice little comeback. And he did get broken first, actually, in the third game of this set. But right away, boomerang break back for 2-all and then held. So we're back on serve. Tommy Paul with an ace out wide to kick off this game. 15 love. Monfils will lose, sadly, says Daniel. Yeah, I don't have much confidence in Monfils to beat Djokovic, but you never know. I mean, Monfils has been playing better than the last little while. Djokovic hasn't played much since Wimbledon, so if there's a chance, maybe today's the day, but I don't see it. Another ace, 2 aces now for Paul, and it's 30 love. Who is Steph playing? Steph already played and lost, my friend. Steph lost to Hurkacz earlier today, and so the winner, Hurkacz will now face Alexei Popyrin. And that's in 1/4 of the draw. That's the second quarter, actually. So Alcaraz in the first quarter. Tsitsipas, Rublev were in the second quarter. Third quarter was Rune, Medvedev, and fourth quarter was Sinner and Djokovic. Oh, Sinner lost, actually, to Lajovic. Straight sets yesterday. Huh, crazy. Ooh, Alcaraz with a ripper of a forehand. That's what you pay money to see. He's down 40 love on the Paul serve, but he gets one, and it's 40-15. 92-mile-an-hour winner. He ripped that one, folks. Monfils like Jay Lopez can't stay married. What? Monfils is still married, though, isn't he? I don't quite understand that, my friend. I think Monfils has a chance today. He's playing well. I think he's, as good as any other, I think, maybe. A return and volley from ALCARAZ, so rushes the net just like Paul did to him a couple games ago. And it's successful as Paul is forced to dump a forehand into the net. And it's now 40-30 after being up 40 love. So a little bit more pressure now for Paul. He's got to be careful, because if ALCARAZ can break here, I think he'll smell some blood. Okay. All right, Paul with a great serve out wide, and then the +1 inside in clean winner, and it's 3-all. Why does Paul's game give ALCARAZ so much trouble? Well, Paul's really fast mover, so he can get to a lot of balls, and he also likes to strike the ball at the baseline or inside of it, and that takes ALCARAZ's time away. Now, one thing I will say is ALCARAZ's timing has not been great. When it was really good in Miami earlier, he won 6-4, 6-4 against Tommy Paul, but the 2 times he's lost, Paul's just taken way more in, and the one in Montreal last year, I don't remember that match. I think I was in Portland, actually. I was kind of watching out the side of my eye. But the last week one, Tommy Paul was just a better player. And ALCARAZ wasn't playing as well. He was, he's definitely missing some easy ground strokes. Just couldn't find his rhythm and timing. But Paul definitely deserved it. So, yeah, I think that's why. Like it's a big moment for Sinner. Oh, wait, hold on. Sinner won his first Master. Surely he's lost to Lajovic. It related to him being fatigued. Like it's a big tournament for Sinner. Yeah, for sure. I just wish it wasn't against Lajovic. Lajovic is on clay is a little bit better, but I mean, you'd like to think. Oh, beautiful drop shot, ALCARAZ on the +1. Tommy Paul was definitely thinking that +1 was going to be rocketed into the back court. 15-all here. +1 volley. Okay. Yeah, I was just saying you'd like to see Sinner maybe not lose to Lajovic, but yeah, fatigue could be a factor. And we all know that fatigue does affect him maybe a little bit more than a lot of the other pros, though it looks like he's starting to overcome that. Good hold, clinging on. Wow, the win on that. Kick serves are good serves. Don't think ALCARAZ likes his kick serve. Tommy Paul, after the rally, goes forehand into the net. I had a rally going for a little second there. 30-15 Carlitos. Great analysis, Covey. You should write for Tennis Magazine. Oh, thank you. I mean, just watching along with you guys, learning, doing some studies and research, just loving the game. So thank you. I'm glad it helps. I don't know if I'm fully correct on a lot of the things that I'm saying, but I definitely try to do my best and be as thoughtful as possible when answering questions. ALCARAZ up 30-15, and it's a second serve he will hit. It's a good one. And return from Paul. Oh, ALCARAZ tried to go back up to the same line. Wrong footing Paul, but the +1 is long. So 30-all. Dave K says, nobody beats Monfils 19 times in a row. Not yet. Let's see, though. I feel bad. I can't believe it. I mean, that's tough. Here we go. ALCARAZ 30-all tries to go wide, but misses that by about 1.5 feet. Okay, ALCARAZ second serve, return up the middle, forehand ALCARAZ makes his way to the net, and then he does a beautiful drop volley and takes a 40-30 lead. Snail saying, bye, Covey, 1:30 a.m. here. Gotta get sleep. Yes, brother, do your thing. It is, 1:38 a.m. in India. So, yeah, have a good sleep, good rest, and check the scores when you wake up, buddy. Always remember, you can watch these streams later on as well. You don't have to just watch them live. You can also catch them later if you miss the end. So, yeah, there you go. All right, Tommy Paul makes his way to the net. ALCARAZ, some crazy defense, and was unable to get that last forehand over the net. So Tommy Paul making him work for it, and that was a good point. So we're level again here at deuce now in this game number 7 in the second set. ALCARAZ up a set, and we're level here in the second. Au revoir. That streak will be broken today. There we go. The 19 match winning streak. Dave, it's a shame Djokovic isn't in the chat. We could ask him whether he thinks there might be at least one exception to that. Okay, advantage ALCARAZ. Tommy Paul looking at his coach, talking about missing this ball. And gosh, the wind is really just... It's pretty strong gusts here. You can just see it off both the players' shirts and off the hair of the spectators and all that. ALCARAZ misses the first serve long. Second serve. Game point Carlitos. And it's a long double fault, about a foot long once again. Back to deuce. Okay, ALCARAZ serving at deuce. First serve is good. Block back return up the middle. Forehand ALCARAZ inside out. And then a second inside out from ALCARAZ. This one goes into the net. And now it's break point for Tommy Paul. Yeah, folks, ALCARAZ just not finding rhythm on the hard courts since the end of Wimbledon. Again, as mentioned, he did win 2 matches in Toronto before losing to Tommy Paul last week. Also won a match against Jordan Thompson a couple nights ago. But has lacked rhythm and has been dropping sets like flies here since the end of his since he won his Wimbledon title. All right. Into a rally cross court, forehand to forehand, now forehand ALCARAZ. And that's long as well. And it's just a rally ball that goes long. Tommy Paul with the break. And he's up 4-3. Okay, folks, I need to use the facilities real quick. All right, very, very quick. So, what do I put up here? Okay, I'm just going to take a quick break. I'll be back, hopefully back before the start of Game 8. See you guys in just 1 second.
There should be no special rules for Novak Djokovic at all.
Hey, welcome back, tennis fans. Here we are for something groundbreaking. Some might call it trial of the century. Some might call it trial of all time.
We did not expect to be covering the first Djokovic watch-along of the year, and he's not playing an opponent. He's playing him against the state. Shout out to everyone joining us. Of course, we've never had so many people in the live chat. I feel like this is the perfect opportunity to bring all 23,000 of you up to date with what's happened so far.
Did not think by the third set Ben would be rooting for Rafa and JG would be wishing it's all over. Yeah, a bit weird.
I mean, I just want the pain to end.
I don't even care if he's crawling on his knees and hitting the ball over the net by the 5th. If he gets there, it'll be incredible.
I'm just calling it as it is. I'm trying to be objective watching the match, and he's lost the match. What do you want me to do?
He hasn't lost it. He's still in it. Why do you keep saying he's lost it?
You think, okay, put a bet on then. What odds would you get on Rafa 2 sets down?
8s.
Just take a bet on, seeing as he's not out.
I was just disappointed you're not supporting you.
All right, folks, I made it back on time, hands washed and everything. All right, so. Oh, I forgot to hit the break button, folks. Tommy Paul broke on that line.
God.
Oopsie, hit the wrong button there. This for Tommy Paul in the last. All right, +1 from Tommy Paul goes wide, so it's now love 15. Alcaraz seeing if he can do that break right back thing once again. Oh no, says Abigail. Great break, says Adrian. Amir Vargas Desa says, looks like Tommy Paul can generate some nice heavy topspin off his forehands as well as his serve, which is kicking awkwardly for Alcaraz in these conditions. Oh dear, we're back in a retired hurt. Oh no, that's not cool. Daria, hello, my friend. How was the first set? Just logged in, buddy. Alcaraz was down 5-2. Tommy Paul came out sharper of the two, but Alcaraz came back, forced a tie break, and then won 8-6 in the tie break. So there you go, my friend. And then Alcaraz just got hold on. They each held to start the second set. Then they each got broken in games 3 and 4, and then they each held for 3-all, and then Tommy Paul broke Alcaraz. So now it's 4-3 Tommy Paul up a break. But it is now love 40 as Alcaraz again trying to get the break right back just like he did last time. So break points. Alcaraz won 2 out of 8. Tommy Paul 3 out of 4. Alcaraz will have up to 3 more here. Tommy Paul has saved a couple, I think at least one game when he was down love 40, if not 2, I want to say. Maybe just one. All right, Tommy Paul, block back return Alcaraz. That's long, so an easy point. Alcaraz frustrated with himself, thinking, how did I not get that back in the court? But his coach is there saying some stuff. Rebecca is out, and then Adrian saying yes. Who did she play? Sorry to hear it. She played Paolini, I believe. All right, Alcaraz ripping a forehand. Tommy Paul with some good movement and defense, and Alcaraz backhand rally ball into the net. Tommy Paul has saved 2. So now Alcaraz 2 for 10. And very, very windy conditions here, folks. Yeah, she was playing Paolini, Abigail. Looks rusty, the conditions for most players. I think, do you mean gusty with the wind? Yeah, it's definitely very gusty. Okay, Tommy Paul with a third break point. He's got to save. Good serve. Alcaraz blocked back. Tommy Paul steps in. And it's a winner. Lands on the sideline, inside in, and it's now 40-all. You kind of got the feeling that Paul was going to save those, and did a good job there. All right, at deuce, first serve is good. Backhand return. Now we got a backhand to backhand rally. Ooh, Tommy Paul's backhand goes off the tape and lands back on his own side. So Alcaraz will have a 4th break point opportunity in this very game. Try to level it up once again, just like he did earlier. Okay, good serve, block back return. Now Alcaraz with a forehand, backhand Paul right on the baseline. Backhand Alcaraz, forehand Paul cross court. Forehand Alcaraz up the line with some gusto. Block back from Tommy Paul, and that's out. Alcaraz gets the break right back. Level at 4 in set number 2. All right, good game there from Carlitos.
Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. 1, 2, 3, vamos. Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. Vamos.
Hello, everybody. Alcaraz now serving 4-all after getting the break right back for the second time in this set. He's been broken and broke right in the very next game. +1 from Alcaraz, however, into the net now. So it's love 15. Tommy Paul on his toes. We're ready to receive this serve. Short return. Alcaraz rips an inside-out forehand. Tommy Paul with a lob on the defensive, and then Alcaraz overhead smash for 15-all. Abigail. Adrian saying to Abigail, Jasmine Paolini, she was a setup. No idea how bad her injury is. She was a setup still when she retired, though 5-2 down. Okay, thanks, Adrian. Hate to see players lose due to injuries, for sure. Back on serve again. Losing serve gets Alcaraz angry. Vamos, Alcaraz. You can do it. Vamos, Alcaraz, says Lilia Villaran. Thank you to all the commenters. And hey, if you haven't done a comment and you're kind of shy or nervous, don't be. My name's Covey. I'm in Vancouver. Let me know who your favorite player is, where you're from, who you think's going to win the tournament, anything like that. Alcaraz with a good second serve, forehand, Tommy Paul. And that, or sorry, backhand from Paul goes wide, and it's now 30-15 Carlitos. Alcaraz and Tommy Paul both struggling on second serve points, both of them 4 for 12 in this set. Nice kick serve, high return up the middle. Alcaraz tries to go drop shot, but it goes into the net, and right away he knew it was not going to make it. 30-all. Hold serve, then break, and we go home. Yes. Man, I've been up for so long already. I've already been up for 7 hours. I gonna definitely get a little bit of lunch and then a nap before tonight. Okay, another rally here. We're going forehand Alcaraz to the forehand of Paul. Forehand Alcaraz, forehand Paul, forehand Alcaraz, all cross court, forehand Paul. Ooh, that line on the end of the baseline from Paul there. Now backhand Alcaraz, forehand Paul, cross court. Alcaraz on the run. Ooh, squash shot, defensive. Then he goes the other way and right into the net. Tommy Paul forcing Alcaraz to run around like crazy. And now has a break point, 30-40. Alcaraz just zero rhythm, folks, since Wimbledon. He has absolutely no rhythm in terms of being able to sustain. I mean, even ground strokes. He's, I mean, the defense was really good, though, I got to say. The defense was actually incredible. The thing about Alcaraz, even though he's not playing that well, he's still getting to balls that no one else did. Yeah, he's forcing players to hit balls that, you know, that they aren't expecting to have to hit. Good serve to the body, and then the return goes long, so he saves the break point. Back to deuce here. Alcaraz drop shot isn't so easy to deploy at all these super windy, for sure. Definitely not. Covey, will you be streaming Novak Monfils? I can't tonight. I unfortunately have an event to go to. I was asked to do that one because for Ben and JG, it's kind of beginning of the middle of the night for them. But I unfortunately won't be able to for tonight. I'm sure we'd have seen a lot more of it otherwise, or a nice, bright, windless, sunny day. For sure. Alcaraz knows that the drop shots aren't the smartest move in the wind here. Alcaraz now with the advantage, so he recovers after being down a break and is looking to put this game away. Ooh, first serve just a hair wide. Here comes the second serve. Okay, nice cross-court return from Paul. Backhand slice Alcaraz. Forehand Paul. Forehand Alcaraz off the tape and lands wide. Back to deuce. You get the feeling like you don't get the feeling like Alcaraz is just gonna win 2 points and then break and then end the match. Like he definitely, he's got to work really. He's having to work really hard on his service points. Nothing easy coming to Alcaraz right now. Okay, we'll have a good time at your event. Thank you very much. Thank you, Abigail and Adrian saying, I'm sure we'd have seen a lot more of it otherwise. Oh, we talked about the drop shots. All right, deuce here. First serve long. Yeah, what is it about Alcaraz, folks? Where pre-U.S. Open, he just having a tough time, just like last year, although he won the U.S. Open. Backhand slice on the +1 from Alcaraz, long. So another break for Tommy Paul. And the American crowd, not super loud for Tommy Paul necessarily. And there hasn't been so many great points, so they haven't seen a lot of roars from the crowd in general. But here we go. Alcaraz under pressure. Down a break. Sorry, down a break point, I should say. Tied at 4-all here. Tommy Paul with a nice forehand. Alcaraz can't handle that, and it's a break for Tommy Paul. And he will serve for the second set after this.
Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Okay. So Alcaraz looking to his box and going like this and shaking his head like my mind isn't there or something. But yeah, it's really windy, folks. Even right now, looking at the ball boys, the shirt's just flailing around like crazy. So they're doing a close-up on Alcaraz. Can't believe this, says Abigail. Got him. Nice, great return to set up the forcing forehand. All right, folks. So Tommy Paul looking to close out the set. He had a chance in the last set when he was up 5-2, or I should say 5-3. Alcaraz served at 5-2 to make it 5-3. Then Tommy Paul had a chance, got broken. Alcaraz and then takes it in a tiebreak. So Tommy Paul hoping the same does not happen here. Oh, I'm so tired. I was hoping Alcaraz and straight. I predicted Tommy Paul in 3, but I was hoping Alcaraz at the end there in that last game. But it just had the feeling that he wasn't going to be able to easily just take it. And Tommy Paul breaks him. Here we go. Tommy Paul serving for the set, just like he did in the first. Unable to that time. Will he do it this time? And Alcaraz with a great return off the first serve right at the feet of Tommy Paul, who was coming in for a serve and volley, and his volley went into the net. What a game, says Amir de Vargas. So Alcaraz now super duper angry and will win all the remaining points in the match. We'll see. We'll see. Here we go. Tommy Paul serving at love 15. That's wide. Here comes the second serve. Alcaraz blocks that second serve. Tommy Paul goes long on that. So it's now love 30. Tommy Paul, after looks like he's trying to go too fast, trying to like get to the finish line a little too quick. All right. So Tommy Paul under some big pressure here. Heck of a game. Definitely. Yes, heck of a game, says Abigail. Tommy Paul now. Love 30. Here comes the serve. It's long. Second serve on the way. Takes the same ball that Carlitos hit right back to him. Lines up. Here it is. And it's a beautiful second serve. Wow. Up the tee. High kick. Alcaraz looked like he was trying to attack it, but it was so close to the line that Alcaraz, I think he thought it wasn't going to be up the line like that. landed right on the line. So he had to reach to his left and just wasn't able to get a piece of it. So 15-30, good recovery from Tommy Paul after going down love 15. What a second serve up the tee. He needed that. That was a huge second serve. Huge. All right, another kick serve, I should say. Now we got backhand to backhand. Now to the forehand of Alcaraz, defensive. And Tommy Paul just rips it cross court. Alcaraz cannot handle that, and it goes way long, about 8 feet, 10 feet from the baseline, and it's now 30 all. Okay, showing a replay here. Alcaraz getting a racket on everything, but not everything goes back in. All right, return up the middle. Tommy Paul, forehand, now backhand. Tommy Paul, forehand Alcaraz, forehand Paul cross court, forehand Alcaraz, crazy angle, shot back from Paul. Alcaraz drop shot. Tommy Paul will not get there. Gutsy drop shot, setting up a break point. So Alcaraz trying to do what he did last time. Break at the end of the set to level up. And big drop shot there. Tommy Paul unable to get to it within 2 bounces. Not even close. So Alcaraz, can he do it? Hello, Kathy. Hey, Cubby, how goes? Getting ready for a huge gecko show. So I'm MIA today. Well, good to have you, even for a little bit. That's like 95 drop shots Tommy hasn't made. Actually, he's been doing all right, Tommy Paul. He's been getting to most. There's only been 2 successful drop shots from Alcaraz in this match. And I don't think he had any last week. So Tommy Paul recovers, folks. He was down 30-40, but one swing with a good serve that goes unreturned, and it's deuce now. So now Tommy Paul 2 points away from a level match here. And a beautiful first serve. How fast was that? That must have been the fastest of the match for him. Alcaraz could not even get anything there. Set point for Tommy Paul. Show me the 131 miles an hour. Wow, that was a bullet. Look at this. Hit the like button, folks. So many more viewers than likes. That is true. Any news on Simona Halep? Nope. Just still delaying everything. No one knows what's going on. Second serve, Paul Alcaraz with a winner. A forehand winner on set point. So back to deuce. Good job, Carlitos. Oh, dang. They must have showed the replay a bunch. That's funny. Nothing I've heard, Francois. Van der Westhausen, 79 mile per hour return winner. So Tommy Paul here at deuce. First serve off the tape and long. So Alcaraz will have a second serve to take a look at. And he is a backhand return and volley, and he puts the volley away. Puts that pressure on Tommy Paul right away, and it's now another breakpoint opportunity for Carlos. Yeah, returned it right up the gut. Tommy Paul didn't have enough time to react, just pushes it back up the middle. Alcaraz backhand cross-court volley winner. Easy peasy. Nicely done. Ooh, that was a nice return. Yeah. Vamos, Alcaraz, que tú puedes. You can do it. JCF in the house is, yeah. Alcaraz, you can tell Alcaraz a little more. Ooh, another makes his way to the net and then volleys, but this time the volley from Alcaraz goes just long. Yeah, he's in the house this week. Come on, Carlos, break. Not just yet. Back to deuce. Lots of clenched fists from Alcaraz today. He certainly means business. Supporting Carlos Alcaraz, as I really want to see Novak Djokovic versus Carlos again. Same here. I'm always wanting that. Always, always, always. Tommy Paul, good serve. Alcaraz return up the middle. Tommy Paul with the +1 goes long again. Another game point. Alcaraz advantage. So Rebecca retired, folks. She was down. Oh, she was up a set and down 5-2 when she retired. Wow. I know she's had shoulder taping for quite a while. I wonder if that's Oh, Alcaraz went for the winner off the return, and it went wide. He had a good ball to get it at as well, but just missed it. So back to deuce. All right, serve is good. Nice return from Alcaraz. Now Tommy Paul hits a forehand off the sideline. Alcaraz with some aggressive shot making, but Tommy Paul, good defense. And Alcaraz at the baseline, and Tommy Paul makes his way to the net, pushes it to the backhand, and Alcaraz with a winner up the line, setting up another break point opportunity under some huge pressure. He didn't have too much space, and he had to kind of neutralize the rally at one point as Tommy Paul, Alcaraz was up front. Tommy Paul found his way up front. Alcaraz backed off and then hit the passing winner from the back of the court. So good job. Another advantage, Carlitos. Here we go. Jesus, what a backhand. Okay. Amir saying, hey, Cubby. Hello, Amir. Nice to have you, buddy. And the backhand from Paul on the +1 goes long. Alcaraz breaks back as he did in the first set. We are again level at 5 apiece. A big vamos from Alcaraz to his box. 1 hour, 59 minutes into this match. And Alcaraz now with the advantage of serving first. It came back to him after, was it 3 times they've been broken in this set, each of them, or twice? I think twice. No, I think it's 3 times. It's 3 times. Good serve, forehand block, but it goes too long. 15 love, Carlitos. Jesus, what a backhand. Holy shit. 5-5, says Adrian. Yes, Carlitos is like, no, I'm not losing to him again. Vamos, says Amir. Okay. Oh, good return from Paul up the line. Alcaraz forehand goes. Oh, it landed in. I thought it was long, but it landed in. 30 love, Alcaraz. And then another fist pump to his box. Tommy Paul with a great return. Alcaraz on the run with a loopy forehand, and I guess it must have clipped the back of the line. Let's see. Yeah, it looked like it. Really, really nicely done. I think JFC is a tonic for Carlos. He doesn't want to let him down. He plays balls to the wall when JFC is there. Yeah, for sure. Oh, Tommy Paul with a... No, it was Alcaraz who got lucky. I thought it was Tommy Paul. The ball was struck off the net and then landed on the Tommy Paul side. For a second, it looked like it went on the other side. It was such a short... Okay, 40 love Alcaraz. First ball is long. Here comes the second serve. Surely Alcaraz wins the set match now. Does Tommy have the reserves to dig so deep again? I mean, if you get to a third set, you never know. Ooh, it's a great return from Tommy Paul. Alcaraz with a forehand. They keep it alive, but Tommy Paul backhand volley winner. So he saves 1 game point. Now 40-15. Still a couple more for Carlitos. Okay, Tommy Paul broke a string on that last point, even though he won the point. So there you go. Don't see that very much nowadays. These players keep changing their strings like mid-match. That you don't really see broken strings. Alcaraz second serve at 40-15, and it's a weird ace that Tommy Paul jumped out of the way of and missed. Kind of weird. Anyways, Alcaraz holds, and it is now 6-5. Tommy Paul now will serve to stay in the set after the changeover, in the match, that is. Broken string winner. Play with a broken string more often. He does, Adrian, but I don't know if it will matter. I'd like to see him win, but I don't want Novak to win. So Carlos is best opponent. Rebecca wasn't happy with her rain-delayed late starts in Montreal, and now her shoulder in Cincinnati. She needs a reset break before New York. Yeah, and even in Rome, she had like a super late night match in the rain at 2 a.m. or whatever. Plus, synthetic strings aren't supposed to break as easily. That's a good point, Kathy. Folks, I hate to be biased, but I'm so tired from waking up at 6 a.m. and it's almost 2 where I am. It's 1:40. And I am hoping this match ends so I can take a nap because I am having a hard time staying awake. Ooh, I did not think it would be that tough, folks. Ooh. Let's see what'll happen, though. Let's see. You never know. Tennis is crazy. Whenever I think it's going to go short, it goes long. Whenever it's going to go long, it goes short. I was asked to do a Iga match a couple days, or I think yesterday or 2 days ago against Danielle Collins. I wasn't able. I had work to do, and she ended up winning that one 6-1, 6-love in 59 minutes. So in the end, I could have done it, but obviously I didn't know it at the time. But here we go. Tommy Paul now serving at 5-6, serving to stay in this tournament. Alcaraz looking to level the head-to-head at 2 apiece against Tommy Paul. We are all getting older, sir. Yeah, for sure. Tommy Paul, great serve. And an even better return, and then an even better return from Paul off of that. And then Alcaraz's second shot almost landed on the baseline, but oh my God, all 3 of those shots were crazy. All right, 15-love, Tommy Paul. Covey, you are a wuss. I am up at 6:30 and in bed at 11 or later. I was in bed after midnight yesterday. I woke up at 6 to play pickleball for 3 hours, to do some drilling. I was just practicing with this player that I practice with on Thursday mornings. Backhand slice Alcaraz, forehand cross court Paul. Now Alcaraz with a backhand slice again to the forehand of Paul, and that's into the bottom of the net. 15 all. It looks like Alcaraz might be focusing in here, like zoning in. Covey, you need some good, strong Colombian coffee. You know what? If this goes to third set, I will quickly make a pot of coffee. That's a good idea because I will need something. But let's see what happens. I have seen matches in which players get their rackets restrung due to weather conditions. Yeah, it happens all the time these days, for sure. Players will constantly get, not constantly, but you'll hear them asking to get. Oh, body serve. Alcaraz could not get a proper string on that, and it's now 30-15. Easy point. Element, no pickle emoji. I know they only have the cut up cucumber emoji. It's like, what? What's up? Kathy, do you use Duracell bunny cell batteries? You need espresso. Cuban is good or Italian? I mean, I just got Folgers instant at home, so not going to be anything fancy, folks. I'm not a big coffee guy anyway, so generally. Second serve at 30-15 is a good one. Backhand return, backhand Paul, and Alcaraz cross court, backhand slice Paul. That's long, and 30 all. So now Alcaraz 2 points away from the match, folks, but it is still Tommy Paul serving, and he's been putting himself pretty nicely, although they've each been broken 4 times, I think, in the match. Yeah, each player has been broken 4 times. Alcaraz smelling blood here, says Adrian. You think? I hope so, just for my eyeballs to get rest sake, but let's see. Serve is good. Block back return. Tommy Paul with the inside out forehand. Alcaraz with a long response goes long. Tommy Paul with the break. Sorry, with the hold opportunity. What am I trying to say? Game point is what I'm trying to say. 40-30. Game point, Tommy Paul. Folgers instant. Yes. Yeah. She's saying puke. Taster's choice is way better. No, Francois, I've always been in Samuel since a small child. I need 5 hours. Yeah, I usually if I'm consistently getting up early, I could do 5 hours and I'm pretty good. Oh, backhand return Alcaraz. It's a clean winner on the second serve up the line. Not over yet, folks. Paul now. Deuce still trying to stay in this set, in this tournament, in this match. All of them. I'm not even a coffee person either. Yeah, I don't mind. Honestly, see, I'm so little of a coffee person that Folgers versus Starbucks is whatever to me. Like, doesn't really matter too much. Actually, one thing that bothers me about Starbucks, and one of the reasons I don't go much, is because I hate, if I'm in there for more than 30 seconds, all of my clothes smell like Starbucks, and I just hate it. It just, Alcaraz with a backhand on the rally ball. Tried to just end the point with a winner, but he did it too early. He should have waited, but it goes long. Tommy Paul now with game point once again. Unbelievable, says Amir. I'm torn, says Kathy. Arabic coffee is not bad either. Yeah. Here we go. Tommy Paul, first serve into the net. So Alcaraz wants to get it done here if he can, but he'll have to win 3 straight points to do it. Second serve is good. Forehand return. Now Alcaraz with a winner up the line, backhand off the high part of the net. Very Novak Djokovic-like on that one, and it is back to deuce. 2 more points again for Alcaraz. Also 2 points for Tommy Paul to get to a tiebreak, though. Second serve, only 91 miles an hour, so definitely easy enough for Alcaraz to time. 40 likes, folks. Let's see if we can get to 50 before the end of this set. We got about 100 people in, so I believe it can happen. Hit that like button, subscribe if you're new, hit that notification bell, all that fun stuff. All right, Alcaraz playing some great defense here. Tommy Paul, off the sideline. Alcaraz cross court. Tommy Paul cross court backhand. Now forehand. Tommy Paul forcing backhand error from Alcaraz. Another game point for Tommy Paul. Great backhand. Winner was sick. Kona coffee is awesome, but pricey. Hawaiian too. Oh, okay. No, I buy grocery store coffee, not a Starbucks fan. I have 2 cups a day, but I gotta serve purpose and it's gotta taste good. I hear you. Okay. I've been getting soy lattes lately and I really like them. Tommy Paul. I thought that was long, but it wasn't. That one was wide for sure, and he is still in this game. Back to deuce. No one wants to win this game, folks. Deuce number 3. Alcaraz keeping the pressure on here. Tommy Paul. First serve is long, so Alcaraz will have a second serve, and if he can take advantage, it'll be match point. Let's see. Oh, it was a kicker, and he tried to go return and volley, but the return into the high part of the net, Tommy Paul exhales as he is now with the advantage. Kathy, Taster's Choice, Colombian instant coffee. Oh my God, I'm there. Loving the coffee chat, ladies. Loving it. All right, here we go. Tommy Paul with the advantage. First serve is good. Backhand return. Now Paul forehand Alcaraz, forehand Paul, and he shanks it. And back to deuce once again. Tommy Paul with a little smile. Back to deuce for the 4th time. 2 hours and 10 minutes into this match, folks. And we're still in just the second set. LMAO, Abigail, I have instant coffee in my pantry as emergency rations in case of power outage in a hurricane. That's funny. Instant coffee in the hurricanes. First serve into the net. What will Alcaraz try to do with the second? Good second. Oh, he tries to just rip a forehand cross court. Timed it okay, but just goes long on that one. So, another advantage for Tommy Paul. I can boil water on the barbecue grill. There you go. And power outage. Love it. 8-minute game here. Tommy Paul looking to wrap it up with a game point. Crowd is clapping. Powered by non-dairy creamer. That's what I'm all about. I love the silk creamer. First serve way wide from Tommy Paul. Here comes a second. Another advantage here for him. Second serve. is good. Alcaraz backhand to Tommy Paul's forehand. Forehand Alcaraz. Forehand Paul. Backhand Alcaraz cross court. Backhand Paul. Alcaraz with a volley makes his way, and Tommy Paul gets wrong-footed. Back to deuce. Vamos, Carlitos trying to end it. Deuce number 5. Can he get another breakpoint opportunity? So far, Tommy Paul's had most of them. I think he's had 3 or 4 game points on the deuces. Yeah, Tommy Paul got turned around, folks. You spin. Well, if Max was here, she'd say, "You spin me right round, baby, right round, like a record, baby, right round, round, round." Okay, backhand to backhand. We're going here into the rally. Backhand slice Alcaraz. Forehand Tommy Paul, and that's long and wide. You know what that means, folks. Match point number 1 for Alcaraz.
Match point.
Lots of canned tuna and beans. Canned tuna from the cantina. All right, 9.5 minutes into this game. Alcaraz has his first match point of the day. Can he do it? Let's see. Looking for revenge after being beaten 2-1 in Toronto last week against Paul. Paul with a great serve and up the tee. Alcaraz return goes into the net. Tommy Paul saves 1 match point. Kathy, half and half is good. It's so good. Vamos Alcaraz, says Abigail. Back to deuce, number 6. Yeah, but not in a power outage, Abigail. No need non-refrigerated stuff. Great serve. What a time to bring that one out. And another serve out wide. Ooh, barely goes over the net. So the +1 was an easy put away for Tommy Paul. Another game point for Paul here. Okay, 42 likes. We're only 8 away from 50, folks. Let's see if we can hit that before the end of the set. I believe. If you believe, it can happen. Here we go. 2 hours, 14 minutes into this one. Tommy Paul looking to force a second tiebreak. 10 minutes and 45 seconds in this game alone. Block return. Tommy Paul goes long, very long on the +1. It was a short ball. He just lost his concentration for a second there because he should not have hit that one that long. 7th deuce. Alcaraz still looking. Still looking. Good point, Kathy. Where do you live? She lives in Florida. That's why it's the hurricane prep. If nothing else, Tommy is a tough out for sure, Kathy, for sure. Another deuce, number 7, Orlando, Florida. Here we go. First serve into the net. I wonder how tired his arm is getting. 10 minutes of serving now, 11 minutes of serving. Second serve. Oh, it's a return and volley right to the forehand of Paul, and then his forehand goes long. Instead of hitting the volley, Alcaraz lets it go. And it is another match point for Carlitos.
Match point.
Tommy Paul just can't get out of this game. Alcaraz won't let him. Another match point for Carlitos. Can he do it? First serve is just wide. Ooh, okay. So Alcaraz has a second serve. I hope for his sake he doesn't try and pummel it and just tries to get a good return. Oh, he almost had the winner. He tried to go up the line backhand winner, but he's smiling. So he's okay with it. But yeah, he's getting really aggressive on these second serves. Back to deuce, folks. Number 8. Almost 12 minutes now, I think this game is gone. I don't know. I feel like you should have taken a little off there. What am I? I mean, I'm not the number 1 player in the world, but here we go. Tommy Paul. Good serve. Block back return. Nice and deep. +1 forehand is good. Now Alcaraz has a easy put away here. No, with the spin. He lobs it over Tommy Paul. It goes in, and Tommy Paul goes crazy wide. What a weird point, you guys. Both players made their way to the net, and then Tommy Paul went high in the air. Alcaraz it looked like he was going to have an easy put away with Paul at the net. But there was so much spin on it that Alcaraz had to chase that after the bounce, and he lobbed it. Goes over Tommy Paul. So Tommy Paul rips a forehand into inside in corner. Then he has like a floater volley. Then Alcaraz whips one at him, and that was the one that bounced crazy. But Alcaraz with unbelievable instincts to push that high in the air from the side alley. That thing literally went 7-8 feet to the left after it bounced. I don't think I've seen a ball do that before. Anyways, it's another match point, folks, for Carlitos.
Match point.
Third match point, Alcaraz. 14 minutes, 14-minute game here. So really crazy stuff. Second serve. Good serve. Block return. Tommy Paul forehand. Backhand Alcaraz. And that goes long. Deuce number 9, folks. This match is never ending now. It's just a never ending match. That's what's happening. Bless you, Kathy. I'm in Dallas roasting. We're expecting 104 plus degrees for the next 6 straight days, all sunny days. Wow. This game is getting crazy. Back to deuce here for Tommy Paul. 14 and a half minutes now in this game. Her serve is good. Block back. No, it's not blocked back. It's not even close. Alcaraz shanks that, I guess, and it doesn't even go close to over back into the court. And it's now another game point for Tommy Paul. Well, it's definitely woken me up, this game. Almost 15 minutes in. Tommy Paul trying to wrap it up. First serve into the net. There's a second. Ooh. And Alcaraz returning to the net. That second serve hit the very back of the line, cutting it close. But standing ovation from the crowd as Tommy Paul forces a tiebreak. Folks, let me know who you think is going to win and what the score will be. Adrian saying this is awesome clutch tennis in horribly difficult conditions. Well played, Tommy Paul, for sure. Alcaraz did have that one match point he might regret, but we'll see. All right, we're into it. Alcaraz serving first, +1. He makes his way to the net, and he hits Tommy Paul hit the tape. Alcaraz hit the volley off the tape, but it distracted him a bit, and he missed it wide. So Tommy Paul with an early mini break. Here we go, tie break time. Let me know, folks, in the comments who you think is going to win, what the score is going to be. You only have until the third point to make your predictions, or else the prediction's invalid. You get too much time. You get to see too much of the tie break that way. All right, Tommy Paul, up 1-love. Here we go. And block for turn from Alcaraz goes wide. So 2-love here for Tommy Paul. Gotta kick up the notch on this fan at my feet because it is warm in this little studio. Okay, second serve here at 2-love. Great return. It was a second serve right at the body. It looks like you did a first serve on the second there. So not sure what the thought process was there, but it worked out. High risk, high reward. Alcaraz now down love 3. Can't really blame Alcaraz for that missed backhand return on match point. He started landing those aggressive up the line backhands so well. Well, got to blame someone. Just kidding. All right, Alcaraz serve is a kicker out wide. Nice return. And then Alcaraz backhand directly into the net for love for Tommy Paul. He's up a couple mini breaks here. So it's looking like it could be a short tie break. But let's see. Tommy Paul has won all 7 of the last 7 points in this match after a marathon 15-minute game to force a tie break. Here it is, love 4. And the return lands right on the line from Paul. He's getting these very close ones. Now backhand from Paul, forehand Alcaraz into the net. And it's 5-love for Tommy Paul. He will have the chance to serve it out here. 2 serves on his racket. Okay. Great serve, Tommy Paul up the tee. Return goes wide. It's 6-love. 6 set points for Tommy Paul coming up. O'Deer has the win picked up even more in this tiebreak. Looks like it might have done. Yeah, not sure. That was the craziest point. That shot from Tommy Paul, it literally went like 8 feet like left after it bounced. Like Alcaraz was literally right by the bounce, and he had to take 1, 2, 3 and slide. He had to take 3 steps and slide. That's how far the ball changed direction. All right, Tommy Paul looking to put this one away. And he has an open court, and he goes inside out, takes a shutout, 7 points to nothing. And we are going to a 3rd set, much to my chagrin, not because of the result, but because I am dead tired. This is crazy. All right, so 2 sets, 2 hours and 23 minutes. So it looks like it might be another full hour for this one. I think Carlos is toast, says Abigail. I agree. I think Carlos is going to lose this 3rd set. That's my guess. Although he's smiling right now, asking to get his racket restrung. And very long 2 sets, folks. Very, very long. Not taking advantage of those match points may take something out of Carlos mentally. Wow, 7-0 after that super close service game just before. Poor Covey. Yeah, it is. It is definitely. I should have eaten some food. I didn't eat breakfast, and I played at 6 a.m. Then I came home, and I was like, I got this match, and so I didn't eat breakfast. Now I want to be able to have lunch, but it's okay. I'll try to figure something out. I really hope this one goes fast, this 3rd set. They're just showing some replay stuff. Hoping that they get going here. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Yeah, Carlos definitely is not anywhere near how he was in the Wimbledon moments when he was getting better and stronger and faster and all that stuff. Hey, Carminu, what's up, buddy? Covey, long time. How you doing? I am dead tired. I've been up since 6 a.m., and that's 8 hours now, and I haven't had breakfast or lunch. It's now 2 p.m., and this match will not end. So I'm doing okay, but I'm definitely wanting this to end as soon as humanly possible because I am tired, and I have a big event tonight that I need to rest up for. So, I only have, it's going to be 4:30 when things start to get ready. Yeah, I think I'm pretty much screwed, folks. All right, let's go. Let's try and finish this in 10 minutes. Someone win 6-love. I don't care who. All right, Alcaraz, backhand slice into the net. Tommy Paul up 15-love. Hit the like button, folks. Lots of viewers, not so many likes, and Covey's working overtime. Let's see, 43 likes. Okay, we've gotten 1 like in the last half hour. Not better than getting 0, I guess. All right, here we go. Alcaraz backhand to Tommy Paul. Forehand Alcaraz, forehand Paul. That goes long, 15 all. All right, dribble that ball and serve. Quickly, Tommy. Come on. What are you waiting for? Just kidding. Tiebreak Central. Hubie would be proud. Yeah. Yes, he would. Okay, 15 all. First serve is good. Return is a winner cross court from Alcaraz, 15-30. Purcell beats Wawrinka. Another good win for Purcell. Purcell will face the winner of this one, folks. Okay, here we go. Great forehand return, Alcaraz. Now, lots of bombs coming off the Alcaraz racket on the forehand. Tommy Paul just running and playing defense. Again, another defensive shot. That one's long, so it's 15-40. Alcaraz looking like his forehand is working here. Although, since Wimbledon, every time his forehand looked like it's starting to work, he loses it. So he has had no consistency whatsoever since Wimbledon. Alcaraz 4 for 19 on break points, and Tommy Paul 4 for 6. Now, it's always good to have more and more, but you want to start converting. 4 for 19 is just it's too much. Oh, he made that forehand return. That was struck at full stretch. Return goes long from Alcaraz. Saves one point. So now it's 4 out of 20. Alcaraz hoping it goes 5 for 21 here. Okay. Good shot, Paul on the serve. Backhand block return. Now Paul with the forehand. Alcaraz with the forehand. Paul forehand. And that's long. Alcaraz breaks, and he's up 1-love. Carminu saying Paul's just one of those matchups Carlos doesn't like. All players have them. Yep, definitely. You can ask that to Gael Monfils, who's 0-18 against Novak Djokovic, or Richard Gasquet, who's like 0-19 against Rafa. And I think Gasquet is also 0 against Novak, although I could be wrong on that one. Okay, first break goes to Alcaraz after getting shut out in the tiebreak. He strikes first blood in the third set, deciding set. Hey, Carminu, how's the baby prep going? I remember you were saying that you're going to be a father. Have you been doing any prep for that? Alcaraz, first serve at love all. It goes into the net. Okay. Second serve, block return, backhand Alcaraz, backhand Paul, backhand Alcaraz, forehand Paul, forehand Alcaraz cross court, forehand Paul, forehand Alcaraz, backhand Paul. Nice angle, slice from Alcaraz, or chop from Alcaraz. Tommy Paul with an easy rally ball into the net. 15-love Alcaraz. Okay, here we are in the wind. Alcaraz serving up a break in the third set. 1-love. First serve into the net. Here comes the second. Carminu expecting it to go the same way it always has for Nole and Lamont. 18-0 for Djokovic. Second serve is good. Swing. Nice backhand return, I should say. Now, Tommy Paul forehand. Inside in. Alcaraz cannot handle. 15-all. So far, JPEG 3-4. All right, let's check out some other scores for you while we're here. Vondrousova straights over Sloane Stevens. Mukova in 3 over Sakari. Iga 2-1 over Zheng Qinwen. Paolini takes out Rybakina after Rybakina retires, up 5-2 in the second set. Boskova is up 5-3 on Pegula. Pegula serving to stay in the first set. Kasatkina later on against Sabalenka. Ons Jabeur versus Vekic. And Noskva versus Coco Gauff. On the men's side, we've got 2 more matches yet to come. Lajovic versus Fritz and Monfils Djokovic. Those are later matches. Earlier, Popperin got a walkover against Jari. We had Zverev over Medvedev in 3. Hurkacz straights over Tsitsipas. Manarino over Mackenzie McDonald, who retired in the second set. And, of course, here we are in set number 2. And it looks like... so Alcaraz serving 40-15 to trying to consolidate the break and take a 2-love advantage here in set number 3. First serve is long. Here comes the second. Alcaraz with a beautiful +1 easy winner, and he is rolling a little bit here, folks. Consolidation for Carlitos. Carminu saying, great, going great. Thanks for asking, Covey. 3 months on now, the baby. Very, very exciting, brother. Very exciting. So far, JPEG 3.5. That is now high max, says Carminu. Is that a bandage around Carlos's left wrist? Yeah, he's been wearing it since Wimbledon. He's been wearing the wristband, the sweatband on the right wrist. On his left wrist is his, he's been wearing that since Wimbledon. They've been, his wrist has been taped. Hey, Carmine, says Matt. All right, so Tommy Paul now serving down love 2. Alcaraz, we're into a forehand rally. Now backhand Alcaraz into the net. So Tommy Paul, 15 love. Oh, how didn't I notice? Yeah, I was also wondering because he always just wears the wristband on the right wrist. But I noticed that, yeah, it was just tape. It's way thinner. It's only about an inch, whereas the wristband's like 5 or 6. It's a big wristband. 30 love, unreturned serve up the tee. Great serve. Good return from Alcaraz. Now, backhand Alcaraz. Oh, that didn't go long? I was certain that was long. I guess not. Backhand Tommy Paul. Backhand Alcaraz. Forehand Paul. And that's out. So it's now 15-30. Sorry, it's 30-15. Did I say 15-30? It's 30-15 on the Paul serve. He's up 15. He's up 30-15. I don't know why my brain keeps saying 15-30. All right, Tommy Paul trying to get on the board here in the third set. And a beautiful +1. Alcaraz, how does he get to half these balls? Tommy Paul finally smashes it into the crowd, saying, okay, this is the only way I can win a point here. All right, 40-15. I hope Carlos is still anticipated to win more titles after winning Wimbledon. Oh, yeah, definitely. I think he's one of those guys who's going to be a contender in every tournament he gets into, without a doubt. Whether he wins them or does well, that's a different thing. But odds are, gambling-wise, he's going to be a favorite. And it's an ace up the tee, so Tommy Paul is on the board. And it is now 2-1. Carlitos still up a break and will serve after the changeover. Let's give Tommy Paul a little bit of love after a rough start to the set.
Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
All right. Tommy Paul. Folks, 44 likes, just 6 away from 50. That is the target. Let's see if we can get there. If you haven't done so and you feel like supporting the channel, please do give us a like. Subscribe if you're new to the channel. Hit that notification bell, and then you can join us every single time we go live. Woohoo, just like right now. Okay. Of course, U.S. Open, not next week, but the week after. So after this Cincy tournament, there's going to be 3 tournaments, 2 in the United States, 1 in Canada, all 250s. And that will be the only ATP WTA action after Cincy and before the U.S. Open. All right, changeover. Hurry up. Let's get them moving. There we go. Time. Alcaraz running to the baseline. So is Tommy Paul. Here we go. All right. See if Alcaraz can continue with his solid form to start this third set. Okay. First serve is a strong one, and then the swinging volley on the +1, easy put away, inside in forehand, 15 love Alcaraz. So the serve is looking a little bit better than it has had in Toronto. Toronto, he really struggled with consistency on his serve, first serves and stuff like that. Okay. First serve into the net from Alcaraz. Oh. Okay. Alcaraz with a rocket of a +1. His forehand is striking right now, folks. Tommy Paul could not handle that. Dumps that into the net. 30 love Alcaraz. I hope we had that one. Or determined to win. I'm sure he is. Yeah, don't worry, Max. I'm sure there's plenty more titles in the future for Carlos. Can't believe we're getting to the final slam of the year already. Who you picking to win it, Covey? Not sure. In the mix, I've got Medvedev. But Medvedev's the lowest. I've also got Sinner, Djokovic, Alcaraz are kind of like my main four on the men's. On the women's, I still think Ons Jabeur is going to get that first one. The Alcaraz forehand, and then he fakes the drop. Alcaraz, what are you doing? Alcaraz faked the drop shot and then pushed it up the line, which was smart, and it forced an overhead from Paul. And then Alcaraz had plenty of time to move around that and do a forehand kind of overhead, but he waited and did a backhand and just it was lazy, and he missed it. Then he smiled after, so who knows? Here we go, Alcaraz. +1. Now Tommy Paul backhand slice Alcaraz, and that's way long. So Alcaraz was up 30 love, almost had a chance to go 40 love with an easy put away, but decides not to take the easy route. He tries to be flashy, and now it's 30 all. Not looks like he 1,000 million % should have and could have without a single doubt. He's the fastest player potentially on the tour. Came back to match with Tommy serving 5-6. Impeccable timing, don't you think? There you go. Good. Yeah, not bad. Here we go. Should have been 40 love for sure. Now Alcaraz serving a second serve at 30 all. Okay. Okay, Tommy Paul with some good forehands. Backhand Alcaraz, backhand Paul, and he sails that one wide. So after climbing back, now Alcaraz looking pretty excited. All right, game point Alcaraz. Okay, Alcaraz looks like he's going to do the out wide kick serve, which he is. Tommy Paul cannot cut that off, and that's the first time since the hard court season has started that I've seen Alcaraz do a super duper standing out wide kick serve like that, and he uses it to get that game. So it is 3-1 Alcaraz. Tommy Paul now serving 1-3 here in the third set. I'm glad both these players play pretty quick. It's not like, Djokovic or Nadal where they take 805 years between every serve. These guys are a little quicker. Good to see. Carminu, Gary, good to see you. Gary, Carminu. Okay, first serve from Tommy Paul is long. Here comes the second. Kick off this game number 5. Forehand from Alcaraz into the net. 15 love. Okay. Here comes Tommy Paul. Good serve. Backhand return. Now forehand Paul, forehand Alcaraz, forehand Paul, backhand Alcaraz, forehand Paul into the net. Starting to look like Alcaraz's movement, his hands and feet are starting to sink for the first time since Wimbledon, in my opinion. The way that he was moving out in that last point and the way he was kind of ahead of everything, that's what we got used to seeing in his both of his major runs. So here we go. 15 all. Tommy Paul didn't like the toss. 105 years. Rafa loves his rituals. Yeah, Rafa, Rafa has many of the longest matches in men's history. And I am convinced that half of them are because he takes 30 seconds between every single ball. He literally takes 30 seconds. And you guys know I love Rafa. I love Novak and those guys. But Rafa's the worst. Novak definitely knows that he knows when he's taking advantage. And then once in a while he'll get called and then he kind of reins it in. But yeah, those guys, they take so much time. It's like, seriously, sometimes I'd rather watch their matches on I'll watch it on PVR, but I'll go do something for 30 minutes and then I'll come back. And so I won't check my phone. I won't know the score. And then I can go forward between their points because it's literally minutes. On a Nadal service game, it could be 4 minutes of ball bouncing. And, if it goes to 3 deuces, it's crazy. Anyways, that's enough about that. Super wide on that ad side. Usually it means I'm going to kick the serve heavily out wide. Not entirely sure about deploying it here, though, but it worked for that point, I guess. Yeah, for sure. That is how you put away a backhand volley, Alcaraz. He made his way to the net, and now he sets up another break point. Paul looking a little bit more human here. The Super Paul that took out Alcaraz last week, he was here in the first set. But now it looks like Alcaraz has kind of figured something out, more so than at any other point in the last week and a half. But yeah, Adrian, that was a really good serve. Yeah, and he sometimes also takes it up the tee. So he looks like he's going to go super wide and then he goes up the tee. But this time he was like, I'm going wide. You see I'm going wide. Alcaraz tried to rip the cover off the ball there. I don't know why, but on the second serve, he literally just tried to hit a 200-mile-an-hour winner. And he missed it. But yeah, that's super wide. So he was just like, I'm going to hit it there. I'm going to hit it there, but you're going to have to cut it off and I'm going to see if I can beat you. And he ended up winning that one. Ooh, Alcaraz with a lucky bounce off the tape. Rally continues, but not for long as Alcaraz backhand goes long. Tommy Paul, big save there. So now it's advantage Tommy Paul to stay within touching distance. Good serve, Paul. Block back return. Forehand, Paul. Backhand, Alcaraz. Backhand, Paul. Forehand, Alcaraz to the backhand of Paul. Backhand slice, Alcaraz. Thinks about going to the net, but doesn't. Backhand slice again, Alcaraz. Backhand slice, Paul. Backhand slice, Alcaraz. And that one goes long. So, Tommy Paul holds. Changeover, Alcaraz up 3-2. Give Tommy Paul a button for that.
Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Some of Alcaraz's decisions seem maybe a bit unnecessarily aggressive, adventurous here. I agree. I think he's been a little bit showy at certain times. He's, oh no, is that? It looks like they're putting umbrellas over these guys. Shoot. Okay, guys, I am probably not going to be able to end this match. I'm going to have to message. Yeah, the rain is starting, folks. But yeah, you're right. He's doing some unnecessarily stuff. I'm not just saying that because I have to leave. I'm getting really close here. But yeah, this is not good. It looks like the rain has arrived. People. Okay, I got to message these guys. Okay, so there's light rain. They're going to see what the weather does. Oh, Ghosty, what's up, buddy? Just dropping in to send some love to everybody except Stefano Tsitsipas. He's a punk. Peace. Take care, buddy. Ghost. I have to say I am super proud of Tommy, win or lose. He's not going to dominate Carlos in the head-to-head. After all, Tommy's my new favorite American, says GSL. Now, Gary, let me ask you, if another American was beating Alcaraz, would that be your favorite? Is it more because of the I love Djokovic effect, or do you actually like him a lot for that? Curious to know. Oh no, not rain. Oh, this is a bummer, folks. I was not hoping for this at all. Alcaraz, he had match points. He had like 3 match points as well. So I'm going to have to tell Ben and JG that I'm unable to finish this match as soon as this WhatsApp loads up. Okay. All right. Sorry, guys. I'm just messaging Ben and Jay. Sorry, folks. Just sending a message here. My apologies. Hopefully, you can hear me well. All right, folks. So let's see. The stream has been going on for 3 hours exactly. Rain not good for the elder statesman tonight, and an 8:30 start time. Yeah, and then Djokovic is also playing later as was supposed to. They're playing. I think they're gonna try, I guess. Okay. Okay, Alcaraz takes the first point there. Okay, sorry guys, I just messaging. Okay, 15 all here. Alcaraz, great serve out wide. Tommy Paul with the return goes into the high part of the net, so it's 30-15. So Alcaraz looks like he's playing with a purpose here. GSL, no, Covey Tommy has won me over with his game, his fighting spirit, and his level-headed demeanor. It's not anything to do with Novak, whose demeanor is polar opposite. Gotcha. Yeah, I was just curious. I know, as a fan of all these big guys, on Twitter and stuff you watch, and there's always this rivalry going on, and I feel that there's a lot of like the Novak fans seem to be happier now anytime someone beats Alcaraz. Alcaraz takes that game to 15. Alcaraz up 4-2. So hopefully they continue play here. A really quick game. But yeah, I think Tommy Paul does have a very good demeanor. His hard court game, his legs, his athleticism, very solid. And Gary and I were chatting, and I mentioned in the chat, I was like, I think Tommy Paul's a good player, and he's having one of the better years of the Americans. He doesn't make me run to the TV set, but he's got everything. He's got a pretty good serve. He's got a good forehand, good defense. He does it all pretty well. So he's having a well-deserved year of results here, I think. All right, Tommy Paul serving at 2-4 and serves right to the body of Alcaraz, who totally shanks that return, and it's 15-love for the American. Let's see here. Okay, good return from Alcaraz, nice and deep. Now Tommy Paul on the run, and that forehand goes long. So it is 15 all. So hopefully we'll be able to end this. I'll be able to end this match, folks. I want to end it. I want to be able to end it, and we're at 4-2. The only thing is if the rain delay starts, I checked the weather yesterday, and there's supposed to be like storms in the afternoon. And this match obviously wasn't, most matches don't typically go over 3 hours, but this one's, the stream's been on for 3 hours and 5 minutes. The match is 2 hours and 55. So very, very long match for sure. Paul with 11 aces to Alcaraz's 6. Alcaraz runs in on the return and then goes for the volley, but the volley goes into the net. Tommy Paul now 40-15. Tommy has impressed me. My favorite American right now, certainly. Very strong Alcaraz hold. Looked very comfortable. Covey, by elder statesman, I meant... Okay. I figured that's what you meant, but I wasn't 100% positive. Alcaraz, unable to return that second serve into the court. So, another changeover. Alcaraz up 4-3. So, Tommy Paul within staying distance. Touching distance. Okay, sorry, just sending a message here, just in case. Okay. All right, so Gary saying, I fully admit that a Carlos loss gives me joy. Yeah, that's kind of what that's the whole thing on Twitter these days. It's like a lot of the fans, whenever Alcaraz loses, that like what's that guy? Pavi guy or the tennis Puneet. They're always like, when Alcaraz loses a match, they'll be like, oh, that's what happens when there's always like an excuse. They're like, at first they're like, oh, he'll never beat him at Wimbledon. He can't beat him on grass. Then he beats him and they're like, okay, well, now let's see how he's doing because he's beaten Novak. So now he's actually the favorite. And it's like, okay, so like how many litmus tests do you need to say, yeah, this guy's like the real deal? Yeah. I mean, who knows? This guy could fizzle out. Guy could get injured, or he could win 30 majors, or he could win 10 or whatever, right? But I just think it's funny that every time Alcaraz does something, those guys, they're like, oh, well, this happened, but he hasn't done this yet. It's like, how many? He's won 2 majors at 20. He's beaten Novak in Novak's house. I mean, that's I feel like that's all the litmus tests you need. But yeah, I do kind of find it comical. Anyways, here we go. Alcaraz trying to hopefully get another service game, not only for his sake, but for mine as well. Unless Tommy Paul can finish this. If Tommy Paul wins the next 3 games in 5 minutes, let's go. I'm down. And then it'll give Alcaraz some a head-to-head to really have to come back in. Here we go. Alcaraz serving love 15. Not on the Carlos train, GSL. You'll have to ask Gary. Adrian saying, how huge does that opening game service break look right now? I mean, Tommy Paul angry there. His ball went out, and then he smacked a ball way into the crowd in anger. All right, so Alcaraz and Tommy Paul are at the umpire's chair, and they're waiting. They're saying, let's just wait. So, yeah, looking. Yeah, they're putting the balls back into the case. We have a little rain delay, so. So frustrating. This is so frustrating. This should not be so long. There hasn't been any rain delay, and normally when the matches are really tight, it's like really good points and all that, but it's just been such a windy, weird, bouncy day that the tennis hasn't been great. It's been super long, and now the rain delay. So it's like we kind of all got screwed in everything. We didn't get a great match. We didn't get a fast match. We didn't get good points. Just a lot of kind of bad weather conditions. So unfortunate. Well, I got I can hang for about 20, 25 more minutes max, and then I gotta go. Let's hope that it goes. They're not asking the players to leave, so that's good. But people are wearing rain ponchos now, so that's also not good. So Alcaraz is serving up 4-3, and it's 15 all. So apparently the drops are getting bigger. I can hear the umpire now. Yeah, that's it, folks. They're calling it a rain delay. Play is officially suspended, folks. Yeah, it's pretty. Whoa. They cut out the feed as well. How crazy is that? How can you just cut out the feed like that? What is going on? They've cut out my feed. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, okay. It's back. All right, folks. So we are into a rain delay. Feed is all good, but yeah, we are officially into a rain delay. Adrian saying, come on, it has had drama and tension given the conditions. Standard hasn't been bad. Yeah, but I mean, there hasn't been any like sustained good, like, I mean, can you think of one or two rallies that were like fun? You know what I mean? Like there hasn't really been one. Nice ghosting into net from Paul, not for first time to start game. I'm going to check the radar. Yeah, I think there's like some, I don't know how long it's going to take. Play suspended. Center court. They're going off. So Alcaraz is getting on the bike. They need some roofs on these stadiums, folks. Such a bummer. Such a bummer. I was hoping this would be like 90 minutes, you know? Yeah. Armino, if you're a Djokovic fanatic like me, there's no jumping on the Carlos train. I respect him same way I respect Rafa, and I love watching him play. A bit line of storms to pass, gonna get rough shortly. Even though the match could all be over within 7 points. Yeah. Kathy saying all women still playing. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it. Let's see. Okay, so we got Pagula. Yeah, they're staying out there, the ladies. The Kasatkina match. That one, yeah, they're still playing, although there's looks like. How are they still playing if aren't they in the same facility? Jabeur, they're still playing too. How weird. Bekic and Jabeur. Jabeur's up 5-love. Wow. Sorry, 5-1. Huh. Let's see here. Okay. All right, folks, I'm just trying to find this feed again. The Alcaraz one. There you go. Play suspended. Yeah, play suspended. Raining on the men, not the women. Hilarious. Jess looks like the walking wounded. Yep, men are wussies. Remember to hit the like button before leaving, folks, if you haven't already. That's correct. 47, just 3 away from the 50. The nice round number. Okay, folks, I'm gonna put this rain delay button on. And I will be back. We'll be back as soon as play resumes, I believe. And most likely it will not be me, unfortunately. I was hoping to be able to finish this match. We're so close to the end. But yeah, I'm going to put it on the delay for now. So we'll be back. Just keep the tab running on. And I will, we'll see you in a bit. Thank you all so much for joining me. And here, I'll give you some daydreaming music.
Hi, I'm Yannick Hanfman.
I'm Ilya Marchenko.
I'm Dennis Kudla.
This is Sebastian Wolfner.
It's Mark Andreas Whistler.
I am Francisco Cerundolo.
And you're listening to the Game to Love podcast.
Hopefully you enjoy it.
Hopefully. Hello, we are back on court again. The rain has stopped, and we are back with Alcaraz and Tommy Paul in what is turning out to be a rivalry for the ages. Alcaraz, has he met his match in Tommy Paul? Got Adrian in, just confirming they're back on court. Full warm-up about to start. Well, full warm-up about to finish now. Yeah, so yeah, we've had stop, start, stop, start. It just feels like the last couple of weeks that we haven't really been able to get any real momentum going. We had the same at the start of Wimbledon as well. Just been the story of the past couple of months, really. Rain, rain. Let's hope it holds off for the US Open, because we don't want Flushing Meadows to have to flush away too much water, do we? Right, back on court. 15-all. Alcaraz serving. And he's up a break in the third set. 1 set all. Both tie breaks. Alcaraz had match points. And now, Tommy Paul, it's his turn. Oh, come on. Don't do this. They're actually just stopping again. It's starting to rain again. The umpire's laughing. Said, "Shall we just wait?" Oh, my word. Oh, dear. Here we go again. That lasted long, didn't it? I mean, it's just ridiculous. I mean, I hate to say it, but all of these delays probably mean I won't be able to cover Djokovic this evening. It's just probably not going to be possible. It's going to go on so late. It was already due to start gone 1 a.m. in the UK. Adrian saying it was nice looking warm up, promising stuff. Both got a towel on now. Look at them go. It's exciting, isn't it? Oh, I'll be back in a minute. I was just in the middle of doing something, but I came back for absolutely nothing, which is it's just ridiculous. Oh, he's like, that's bad timing after all of the... I mean, look at the wind. I mean, the amount of inside-out umbrellas over there. I mean, it's terrible. Buy a decent umbrella if you're going to have wind like that. That's what I'll say. I mean, this is terrible. How frustrating for if you've just had to come out, warm up, and then that's what happens. Let's see what they say. At the moment, there's just a lot of radios going on. It's going to be coming and going. Well, with the winds like that, it's no surprise that it'll be coming and going. I don't think it'll be coming and going. I think it'll just be coming, going past, and then another one come in, and then another one, and then another one, and then another one. How much tennis can you fit in amongst all of this? I said it's just getting heavier, though. And then Adrian saying it looks like they intend to wait this one out. The assumption it's light and brief. Yeah, but it looks like it's getting heavier. So good luck with that. I mean, Exactly. Bear in mind, this match could be all over in 7 points' time. Yeah, possible. I don't know if I can sit and wait for this. It's just in the middle of doing something else. I mean, this is ridiculous. I don't want to sit around waiting for this. Or waste of time. Just wait and see what he says. The radar shows bad news. He's calling it the Wimbledon effect. Yeah, it does look a bit like Wimbledon. If you look at the grounds, just rain and wind. I mean, it looks horrible there. Right, I'll be back anyway. As soon as it comes back on, I'll come back. We're not wasting time with this, sitting around. Right, we're back again. Here we go. The few people who have stuck around for this one. Lucky I stuck around as well, wasn't it? And here we go. Alcaraz serving. There you go. Good first serve. Let's see if he manages to get this done. We've got Adrian sticking around. So here we go again. Another warm-up. Gripping stuff. 30-15. Serve into the net with that one from Alcaraz. My word. Tommy Paul with the tentative return. Alcaraz seems to have started with more power, but that one too much power as it goes long. It is 30-all. Got to turn that other one off. Amazon Prime playing in the background. Good serve there from Alcaraz, and it's blocked back into the net, though, by Paul, and it is 40-30. If you're just joining again, make sure to hit a like, subscribe, do all of the good stuff. Let's see if Alcaraz can get this to 5-3. Good, just long on the first serve. Do you reckon that they're thinking, I got to get these points over quick because I really just want to get this match over? Or do you think they just play their tennis as normal? Paul, backhand to backhand. Paul, it's nearly a slip. That's a net call from Alcaraz and Paul to try and finish it off. Good slice there from Alcaraz and Paul slipping again. And it is the game. He looks at the floor in disgust. And it is 5-3. Have to say Alcaraz, the one adapting quicker to being back on court. And Paul, a couple of slips in that rally. Yeah, just a slight slip on the right foot. Alcaraz now 5-3, one game away. Stop, start, stop, start, stop, start. Let's see what's going to happen this time. Serve in. Long from Alcaraz on the return. Paul going to have to keep it together here. Alcaraz will be facing Max Purcell if he goes through. Stan Wawrinka destroyed by the Aussie, who's having a bit of a storming run. And guess what's happening again? It's actually a joke now. Play suspended again. I mean, Tommy Paul's got to be fuming with that. The fact that they came out, played, what, 3-4 points? But it was enough to mean he was having to play and then slip on the court and lose a game, essentially. And now he's one game away from losing. Yeah, 3 points away now. 4 points away. Yeah, still 4 points. But yeah, I mean, that was just unlucky for Tommy Paul, to be honest. Right, well, it's a rain delay again. Guess I'll see you again in another little bit. Right, bye for now. Get the music on again, shall I? There we go.
Hi, I'm Yannick Hanfman.
I'm Ilya Marchenko.
I'm Dennis Kudla.
This is Sebastian Olfner.
It's Marc-Andrea Whistler.
I am Francisco Cerundolo.
And you're listening to the Game to Love podcast.
Hopefully you enjoy it.
Hopefully.
Wow, they're back out on court again. Looks like the clouds are holding off just for the moment. You can see a little bit of blue sky in some of the pictures. Maybe it will hold off this time. Tommy Paul didn't have much luck, did he? Came out on court. The court looked, it was still a bit wet. Started slipping a bit, lost that game. And now he's really under the cosh. He is 5-3 down in this final set. And he's going to have to hold serve to stay in it. Yeah, sadly, this has really put paid to the rest of the tennis, though, unfortunately, here on GTL. I mean, any hopes of covering Djokovic look like they've been dashed now, which is very sad. So, I mean, it looks like it'll probably be played now, considering the weather. But unfortunately, it is 1 a.m. now. There's still Coco Gauff to go on after this one. And then there's Novak on after that. And, well, I've got work at 9 in the morning or in 8 hours' time. So, sadly, that will not be possible. But I will take you through the end of this one anyway. Thanks, everyone who stuck around. Still don't understand why they don't have court covers. But Tommy Paul serving here at 15 love Great return from Alcaraz. 15-all. 3 points away. The crazy thing is you just sit here waiting for such a long time, only to realise that it will probably be over in a matter of seconds, potentially. Good serve there. Great. Good reach from Alcaraz, but it goes into the net. Does anybody in the live chat think Tommy Paul can do this? Can he turn this around? I mean, it's very hard to think that he can, but tennis, anything is possible. Good serve there. Good return. Alcaraz steps in. Bit of a tentative one there, and Tommy Paul passes cross court. I think Alcaraz a victim there of his own, say, passiveness. Is that a word? So 40-15. He's got to at least make Alcaraz serve it out. And I'm sure the crowd will really get behind him if he does hold this one. I bet neither of them will want a long changeover. Just quickly run up the other end. Good backhand there from Paul. Comes to the net. The volley straight back at Alcaraz. And he's missed the next volley. Goes wide. Alcaraz wasn't even a really good shot down the line. Tommy Paul had him scrambling a little bit there. And he put his volley wide. Passivity. Yeah, I was going to say that as well, but there's part of me that went for the wrong one. Good serve there. Oh my word, it's landed in on the baseline. Massive forehand winner from Alcaraz. And it is deuce. Absolutely huge, that forehand. And will Tommy Paul rue that missed volley? I mean, Alcaraz hitting the baseline with that return. Right, deuce. Tommy Paul needs a big serve. Serve into the net is not what he needed. Second serve for Alcaraz. Could forge a match point here. Oh, it's close to a double fault, but it's in. Alcaraz, a little short one there. He's opened the down the line. Paul's there, cross court. Backhand, cross court. Alcaraz equal to it. Slice is wide from Alcaraz there. Tried to change it up a little bit. Tommy Paul was happy to stay in that rally. Avoids the match point just for now. Adrian saying even worse miss now. Deuce. Serve. Great serve. It's back in play. Oh my word. It's a terrible shank from Tommy Paul on top of the net as well. It was almost more difficult to miss it. Yeah, I mean, it came off the top of the racket, then the bottom of the racket, and into the crowd, and they all look shocked. Someone's grandma getting hit by that one. Good serve. Good return from Alcaraz. Oh, it's the net call from Tommy Paul, and it goes wide, and we have match point.
Match point.
Wow. Pressure makes the man. And right now, Tommy Paul not handling that pressure too well. He was 40-15 ahead in this service game, and he has sort of thrown it away. And this is 3 hours, 15 minutes since Alcaraz's last match point, and he's going to see a second serve now. And guaranteed someone like Carlos will step in. He does. Whoa, I thought it was a double fault. Oh my word, that was apparently in, but they're into the rally. Alcaraz goes big forehand. Tommy Paul cross court, brilliant. Alcaraz with on the stretch, but it's into the net, and there it is. Alcaraz wins in 3 in impressive fashion. Great rally to end, and Tommy Paul can only shake hands and know that he has leveled the head-to-head. It is 2 apiece, and Carlitos through to the next round where he faces Max Purcell.
Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. 1, 2, 3, vamos. Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. Vamos.
That's it. That's your lot, everyone. Thanks, everybody who stuck around. Remember to hit the like button, subscribe if you're new. But that's it for the tennis for today on GTL. Sadly, due to all the rain, we're not going to be able to cover any more matches. But we will be back tomorrow. Do not worry about it. And, well, hopefully we wake up, or I'll wake up and get to find out the result of the Djokovic match. And, hopefully Djokovic plays a bit better than he did against Fokina. That's all I can say. Let's read out a couple of these before we go. We've got Adrian saying 3 hours, 15 minutes since his previous match point. Well, we had to wait, but well done, Carlos. A lot of errors in that match, but it was always likely to be that way. Not great conditions. Totally agree. And we've got Sweet Revenge there from Carmenu. And yeah, sweet dreams are made of this, apparently, says Max. Thanks from Kathy. Thanks from Carmenu. And thanks to Max. I'm going to wrap this up and see you all tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day. Bye-bye for now. Congratulations, Carlos Alcaraz.